Hello and welcome to unMadeGaming, guys. It is Wednesday, I think, because I had the first 2 days of the week off and I'm all fucked up with dates and times and locations, places, people, trains, planes, and automobiles. But it's Wednesday. We're here with Blades in the Dark. We're here with 6 and 20. We're here with the Shroud. And we're also here with a brand new, hot off the presses, brandy spanking giveaway. Guys, exclamation point Blades in the chat will link you to the giveaway. You guys have a chance to win the book for Blades in the Dark. You've seen 7 weeks of it. You know you want it. You want to hold it. You want to touch it, caress it, smell it. It smells like a book. It smells great. You want to do that, go to exclamation point Blades, jump in that gleam, click all the buttons, do all the things, and enter yourself for a chance to win that sexy little book. And without more of my pandering, we'll jump right over to the most distracted looking person on the stream. Johnny, who are you? What are you doing here? And why should anybody care?
I'm distracted. Leave me alone.
No.
Gosh.
No.
I am the GM for 6 and 20, so I am here to run you through shenanigans or murders or both, because apparently last week was filled with shenanigans and murder. Yeah. So that's what I'm doing here. What are you doing here? Anyways,
I mostly murdered last session. I did the murdering.
And I watched.
Speaking of watching, Mr. Ninja, who are you? What are you doing here? And why should anybody care?
I'm gonna watch some more murder. Some more murders.
Mordors.
Yeah, that's all I got.
Nailed
It's gonna
it.
be pretty
Sweet.
exciting watching death and destruction and chaos.
Also, you do things on the internet, is that correct?
Sometimes. Over on Xmas Ginger Ninja. First-person shooters, horror games, and I come here for D&D.
Sweet. Also
But is
coming
this
here. No. Is this the Johnny show?
shut up.
What are you doing on that other screen over there? What are you doing?
Oh man! Also regularly getting told to shut up. Slade, who are you? What are you doing here? And why should anybody care?
Getting regularly told to shut up. That pretty much sums up my character.
Yeah.
Shut up, Hobbit.
Strike 6.
Nailed it.
For those that are watching, there's a long back history that we've got to go through.
In real life and in game.
It's going to be a bloodbath.
It's true. Slade, you also do things on the internet, is that correct?
I don't think I can advertise that sort of stuff, but on Twitch I do.
Yeah, livejasmine.com/QuickDiceGaming, guys. It's Slade at livejasmine.com is his email address.
You know it.
Yep.
But yes, Slave for Quick Dice Gaming, come watch me play Overwatch and all that good stuff.
Sure. Overwatch.
Like Overwatch.
He's a Hanzo main.
I am a Hanzo main.
Ew.
Very good.
That one, gross.
Hey, what do you mean?
It's a pro Genji.
Let us stop
It's
right
a
there.
pal
What do you
Genji.
mean?
Oh man. And last but definitely not least, Lisa, welcome back. Who are you? What are you doing here? And why should anybody care?
Lisa Lee, and I am a voice actor, and I'm on Blades in the Dark here, 6 and 20, and I'm playing Vesper Keening. No, I am playing Violette Vale.
Nailed
Different
it.
stream.
Nailed
I'm
it.
playing Violette Vale. A Whisper here on 6 and 20.
Sweet. And as always, I will be reprising my role as Nyx Destarosi, the charming debutante of the Six Towers. Nailed it. Johnny, what are we doing?
I don't know. What are you doing? You guys did so much last week. I'm not even sure where we should begin. Let's go ahead and review really quickly the events of last week,
Okay.
and we can talk about Clav's murder. I mean, let's be clear. That was the most interesting highlight of the session. But all right, so you guys you did 2 social engagements or 2 social scores last week.
That's true.
First with the Lamplacks,
That's
and you had a quick conversation about partnering up, helping their friends, the Foghounds, and kind of getting back at their rivals, the Red Sashes, in the little district known as Crowsfoot. That went reasonably well. There were some pointers and pushes in some different directions in respect to what they should be doing and how they should be helping and how you're going to be helping them. And we'll go into that in detail as we get into the session. But all in all, that particular score was quite successful. Then, during downtime, a bunch of really interesting things happened. I believe Bowerbaum finally got his retractable grappling hook.
Mm-hmm.
I believe Miss Ginger Ninja, I believe OC and Bowerbaum completed their Bat Cave. That was this last week, right?
It
Yeah.
has a name. I haven't run it across
Oh god.
Bower bomb yet.
Have you already given that?
I'll send you a message.
No.
God.
Come on, tell the class. Come on.
Bring it out.
Say it for the class. Say it for everybody.
No, we will. Once he says it's okay.
Why do I get the feeling it's not going to be okay?
I get the feeling it's not going to be okay either. But hey, it's going to be fun anyway. All right. So along with that, it was Nix who decided that he would pay a little attention to a previous employees of OC's and question him to make sure that he had explained everything that he had a conversation with a particular individual on the Phantom group, the Phantom crew, Ari. When he was done,
What happened?
He murdered him.
Oh no.
You murdered him.
No.
Do you wanna say anything else about your little murder spree there?
To be fair, I seduced him and then murdered him.
To be fair, he was being paid to be seduced.
Yeah,
so
he didn't
are you
actually
really
get paid
sure?
because I murdered him before the transaction finished. So
You were absolutely
score
correct.
one for Nix.
All right, but then you did this really interesting thing, and I find it very surprising.
What was it?
You dumped the body on the Donovan's mercantile shop or wholesale goods shop's doorstep, which happens to be the location of the HQ for the other crew.
Oh no.
Wow.
How'd that go for them?
Swimmingly, apparently. Apparently, they raised the dead, then subsequently ran into a demon and had a little bit of a problem. But just the little things, right? But so post that, you had another conversation. You had another score, another social engagement. It was with the Hive.
Mm-hmm.
Now, how do you guys think that way?
As well as it went as well as the first one, at least as well as the first one. The first
My
encounter with the
disguise
Hive.
was great.
I think I did swimmingly.
Yeah,
Okay.
clearly Reymond Bowerstone was the star of the show.
8 teams on our fucking game.
You asked
Well,
for an
it did
opinion, you got one.
Go swimmingly, according to everything that I remember. And with that, we basically came to the end of the session where we did a little bit of payoff for that second score, and then we did XP. So now we're going to jump right into downtime for that session or for that particular score, and go right into the second phase of downtime, which is heat. When I look back at the circumstances of that particular score, it again is something that was incredibly smooth and quiet, so very low exposure.
So I want to say we did heat and entanglement because we upped a tier after the Hive mission.
You did. Wait a minute. Say that again.
We gained a new tier after the Hive mission, so I think we did rep heat and entanglement because our entanglement was rivals. Is that correct?
No, I believe it was Unquiet Dead.
Unquiet
wasn't
Dead. Yep, that's what it was. Yep, I knew it was one of those two bottom things.
I'm sorry.
Bower
my
bottom
name.
things.
Speaking of Bower Bottom, that's the name of our cave.
We
It's
are
Power
not calling
Bottom Cave.
PBC.
The
I'll call it
PBC.
PBC.
The PBC.
You guys
But I am not calling it the Power Bottom Cave.
You guys are horrible.
You're welcome.
To
Yep.
the Power Bottom Cave. Dun-dun-dun-dun.
No.
Everything is painted orange.
Damn it! I'm sorry, guys. I was actually gonna do some reading up on crafting, and we were gonna do some rolls this week. We're gonna hold off on those.
I thought
and
you
do
were going to
next
say
week.
I was going to do some reading up on power bottoms, and I got concerned for the state of my stream.
I'm Reymond
LiveJasmine.com
Bowerstone.
I've already
Welcome
posted
to
the
the
links
voice.
in Discord. Was I not supposed to?
Yeah, live Jasmine /Slade or /Quick Gaming. You can find all about power bottoms.
Thought you said something else.
I did say
Gaming.
something else
Gaming.
actually, but anyways.
Yep.
All right. So wait a minute. What do you think? How do you think that? Okay. So Unquiet Dead was the entanglement that you chose. It did not come to haunt you this last session.
Right.
It may come to haunt you this session. So there is that. There is also the fact that you guys increased your tier finally and became a tier 1 faction
Right.
or crew last session. But that doesn't directly, it indirectly affects your heat and your payoff.
Yeah, we took one heat from the Hive, and we took one heat from the Lamplax.
Did we actually say that? Did we actually do that from last session? Was it really one high?
We
Was
did
it one?
as we went.
Yeah, because
Okay,
you said it was a
alright.
very smooth thing. The only people we opened ourselves up to were the people we were talking to. So
That's
at
correct.
worst, we only announced ourselves to other factions.
Okay, excellent. All right. So, and then did we handle entanglements for the second score?
That was the entanglements for the second
Yes.
score was the Unquiet Dead, and you said you wanted to wait on that one because it might have an effect on what happens with Clave.
Okay, so
You wanted
but
to
wait a
wait to
minute.
see
Then what was the entanglement for the first score then? Because I'm looking at my notes and I don't have it down here.
Let me see if I have it in my notes.
I know we did it. I don't remember what it
We went
was.
to Tangletown.
Okay. Well,
learned about a
if
woman
we
named
think we
Slade.
did it, then fine. We're just gonna
We
move
did
on.
them in order. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I thought we did them like right after, like back to back to back.
We were waiting for Violette to handle some of the heat for the ghost.
Right. Well, so there's the opportunity for her to tackle that for the Unquiet Dead, and we'll get to that when it actually pops up on you guys. It's not an entanglement that's going to happen right away. So with all of that, that means that we're going to jump directly to downtime for that second hive score. You guys each get 2 free downtime actions to start with. Who wants to go first?
Gang trouble. That's what the first one was. Because I had to have another word with the rooks.
That's right. That's right. Okay, great.
So since Lisa, you were not here last session, I'll let you take downtime first. But first, I'm going to show my audience. Guys, just a reminder, if you look down on the bottom left, right, and center of the screen, you'll see all of our micro goals, follows, retweets, and subs. If you guys help us hit those goals, everyone here gains position. And it's a new month, so we started our charity goal, not our charity, our donation goal back up to get my ass to TwitchCon, so Johnny will leave me the fuck alone.
Shut up.
So it's going to be great. Also, as I said previously, we have a awesome giveaway going on right now between myself, Speedy, and Johnny here. Exclamation point Blades in the chat will take you to our Gleam. Has a whole bunch of things you can clickety-clack on, and then you guys get entered to win a chance to win the Blades in the Dark book. So, go do those things. And Lisa, take it away.
I just really want to take my downtime and train and work on that demon text and learning demonic.
Okay, so why don't you go into some detail about what you want to do? And it sounds like a part of a long-term project, whether it's the existing long-term project that is demon text or it's a new project. Will depend on how you kind of describe it. You talked to me a bit about it off screen, but let's go ahead and talk about it on screen so everybody in the audience knows what's going on.
So I've got the Bowerstone ledger, which contains demon text called the Codex Umbra, with
Right.
a warning in the back that's demonic, as well as arcane entries in it. And then I have 3 items that I need to study and find out what they are.
Okay.
So that's on the table. Because I want to find out what those are. And I rolled really, really well, I believe, to find out what those were and study. And then I also need to go visit, at some point, the medium with that soul I put in that spirit bottle.
Okay. Yeah. So there's
I have
that
a
lingering element as well. The question. Okay. So which do you want to tackle first? Those are the options on the table. Which do you want to tackle first with a downtime action? And what does that?
Your stay.
From there, does that fit into the existing demon text downtime or the long-term project, or is that a new long-term project? Is going to be the question. So which one of those do you want to tackle first?
Learning more demonic. And that's up to you, whether that's another project starting or if that's part of the demonic text project. Either way is cool.
Well, so there's also the option. I mean, you have lying around in the background somewhere, there is Valen stuck in one of the essentially dungeon elements of the Eden, one of OC's private layers or rooms in the underground of Eden.
Yes.
Do you want to? So the demon text was the demon text itself, and that long-term project was kind of related to Valen. If you want to learn to read demonic itself, I think that's a separate long-term project. So, how you go about pursuing that?
I was either going to say Skurlock or Valaris. Learn from either or both of them. That's my goal, because Valen is occupied, literally occupied, possessed by a demon, and I would rather train first and learn a little more demonic and how to control that a little bit better before I go back into the lion's den.
Okay. Well, okay. Now I'm a little confused, and I want to ask you a couple questions to clarify. So, when you say demonic, do you mean the mannerisms and behavior of demons and how to interact with them, or are you talking about reading the actual demonic text inside of the back of the Codex Umbra?
Reading the text in the back of the Codex Umbra and being able to speak demonic, control demons. If I can speak demonic, I should be able to attune and control them. Was my assumption. Without being able to understand what I'm up against, I'm going to walk back into Valen and get jumped again. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I think I understand. What I'm seeing in my head when you say that, it sounds like there's a couple of different things going on. It sounds like you need to focus on the study of demonology, which is itself a long-term project.
Okay.
If you want to acquire that knowledge and that information, it seems like you need to start at the bare bone basics of it. If you're going to target specifically the demon text, that's a subset, like linguistics or whatever. And so that seems like it would fall under the demon text long-term project that's right here.
Right.
As to whether it would be Skurlock or Valeris, that really is up to you about how you want to approach that. The result of it, though,
Then Skurlock.
Well, I'm trying to conceptualize how this is going to work if you go with Skurlock, because while he is metagame, he is not only a faction, but he's also a vampire. He may not have the same he may or may not have the same experience. So Valeris might be your better option, but even then, just approaching him and calling him out as a demon might get you into some trouble. So you
since Skurlock is my friend and he's been part of the family for generations, that's who I'd rather go with, and because a demon is bound to him.
Okay.
Possibly.
All right. And so
we
are you
have
going
to know.
All right. So are you going to start on for your first action? Are you going to start a long-term project, or are you going to or sort of long-term project about studying demonology, or are you going to advance the demon texts long-term project?
Demonology first.
Okay.
Start a long-term project.
Okay. All right. So let's go ahead and have you roll the appropriate skill for that. What do you think that's going to be?
That would be learning. What is that? Where's my... Come on, computer. Oh, so slow. There we go. That would be study, wouldn't it?
That's one of them. I could see an argument also for attune, depending upon how you approach this.
If you let me do attune, I have more points there. I would always say yes to that. I was just trying to be honest and say study.
No. What I'm trying to understand is it seems like it would be two different approaches. Study would be like book learning or digging in and experimenting. Attuning might be having a conversation with somebody in your extended family, or talking to Skurlock or somebody else and starting down that path to learn demonology. So
okay, all right. So I'll do attune. Sure.
Okay. All right. So who do you want to engage? Do you want to engage, Aunt Mabel? Do you want to engage Skurlock? Do you want to engage somebody else in your family? Do you want to try and go to Charter Hall and do that?
Skurlock, since he's bound to the family and he's the guy in the know.
Okay. All right.
I trust him. more than I
So
trust Valaris.
Enjoy your stay.
And I just
Right.
don't know if Mabel would know more than Skurlock, because Skurlock has that dealio.
Okay, so how would you use attune in talking to Skurlock? What would be the narrative description for how attune would involve Skurlock?
I think he would go with me into a little bit of ghost field, and he would start showing me and teaching me like a lecture lesson, practical, like lecture with lab kind of lesson on how all of this works, so that I can be hands-on as I'm learning.
Okay. All right. So let's go ahead and have you roll attune.
Okay.
There'll be, because it's a long-term project and you're starting a long-term project, you're not going to you're not going to need position or effect, so you can just pass through. And do you want to push yourself or take a devil's bargain to make it more interesting and add an additional die?
I'll definitely push myself.
Okay, so go ahead and take 2 stress. I'm creating the long-term progress clock on the table right now.
So am I not putting in control? You said I'm not.
Yeah, those aren't going to matter. The position
Okay.
and the effect are not going to matter
Stay.
because this is a long-term project, so you're just rolling your straight skill and then whatever the additional die you want to add to it.
So that's 2d6, yeah?
Wait a minute. No, it's
for attune?
you remember you click on the attune button,
Okay.
right? And then its position is okay, and then when you get to the last one, it should ask you if you want an additional die. And
Yes.
that I believe is you're pushing yourself, so you're going to take 1 additional die.
Yes.
And what did you get?
3, 5, 5, 3.
Okay. All right. So, talk to me about how you approach Skurlock on this particular matter, because given his history with your family, there's a bit of familiarity in your relationship, but at the same time, this is something that, well,
Enjoy your stay.
So
would the Vale family know about his relationship with demons?
So before you jump in, Lisa, I feel like this is the best place to break in here. First of all, Fey Dreams, Das Dagger, that's a bunch of numbers and letters. Useless Ties, Steampunker, Bunny Honey. Thank you for hitting that follow button. Rise, minion, and welcome to the graveyard. Guys, that's 1K. That's 1,000.
1,001.
That's 1,001.
Jesus, congratulations.
1,001 followers, guys. So yeah, so I'm gonna gush and be mushy for a good 45 to 60 seconds here. Guys, we've been doing this for 2 fucking years, and if you've been here for the whole time, which I know very few people have, you know that it was 4 fat dudes sitting on a couch in a basement with the occasional boiler kicking on every 30 to 35 minutes, just loud as shit. Terrible audio quality, terrible scenery. You literally saw every week was a different phase of the scenery being built around the set we were in. To what we are now, which is apparently 1,000 strong. We have charities. We've raised over almost $1,500 for charity. We helped a member of the community with a personal charity. We've done a whole bunch of other cool shit. We've taught a bunch of people how to play. We've built a whole community, and that is mostly in part to you guys. So all 1,000 of you, all 20-something of you that are in here currently, I love you guys to death. You guys are the greatest, and you guys are the people that allow me to continue to do this nonsense, which is you fucking play video games and fucking D&D on the internet for people to watch because somehow that's entertaining to you crazy people. So the longer you guys stay here, the more I'm going to keep doing this shit. The more of it you'll see, the more crazy people you'll see on here. And yeah, I'm ecstatic for 1,000. I'm ecstatic to hit our 2-year mark next month. It's been a crazy bumpy ride, and I'm loving the hell out of it. So without further gushing and ado, back to you, Lisa. Jump right back into your Skurlock.
Rock on, congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, Mike, can you stop making it about you? Jeez.
I know,
God.
sorry. You know, unMadeGaming. Who knew?
On to bigger news. So
Yeah,
Violette, what's
right.
your character
Back
doing?
to the game.
Congratulations, Mike.
Thank you very
Yeah,
much, guys.
it's
Thank you. I
awesome.
appreciate it.
Awesome.
Okay.
How many
I would,
followers till shirtless stream? I'm sorry.
All shirtless streams are at livejasmine.com.
Live mathman? Do you math while you're shirtless?
Livemathman.com/unmadegaming. Unmathgaming. You get to see me do algebra without a shirt on, guys.
10 out of 10 would donate.
10 out of 10
Heyo.
would do to calculus. Lisa, save me from this. What are you doing with Skurlock?
I would just go back to meet with him, I guess, at House Vale, so that we can be protected, and bring him his favorite hookah and his favorite wine, and anything else, any of his favorite tidbits or snacks or whatever, and say, teach me. I need to know this because things are getting weird. So, and I tell him about the demon inside Vale at Eden, and say, I need to know this now. I've never come to you with this before, but now I need to know this. And just get busy learning.
Okay, so with a 5, you advance the clock, the progress clock, 2 segments. Just for FYI, it's on the game table right now. When you start, so you're starting to explain things. Do you explain everything in detail that the Shroud is going through, or only your personal experiences through all of this, so that it's sort of like you're still keeping their secret? He is. I mean, you and I have talked.
All I know that's happened with the Shroud so far, I think, is that we have rescued Valen. We've got a book. I've got items from Valen, and I'll show him those items. And that there is a demon inside this guy, and I think that's all I know.
Okay. Right. Okay. But you don't mention Nix's or OC's or Reymond's involvement at all.
I'm sure that I would. It's not that I'm going to keep anything secret from Skurlock. He can hear and follow and.
Okay.
He's Skurlock. Yeah.
Right. I mean, he's seen your interactions before, but there are events that have happened when he's not there. I just want to make sure how much information you're kind of sharing with him. Okay, so
I would confide in him with everything. He is my protector and family guardian.
Okay, yeah. So with all of that, he listens to you patiently, and you are used to his unsettled vampiric nature, where he will just go stone face or even just completely completely statuesque as he listens to you. And sometimes he moves and his head will move off to the side. And I imagine as you convey all this information, including your situation and your emotional state with dealing with the demon inside of Valen, you see him, still almost passive as he kind of absorbs all of this and he takes it in. And as you finish, he pauses, or you pause, or you come to the end, and there's a moment of silence that goes on, and it extends for 5 minutes before he finally speaks, and he begins to spin this story for you about what he knows about demons. But it's not in the normal sense of these are the facts. He starts talking to you about experiences that he's had with various demons, and you glean a bit of wisdom immediately from everything that he's sharing with you, that it requires patience, that it requires more study, that it requires understanding the relationships that demons have with each other and that they have with the living world. And so as he begins to impart this information to you, he recommends that while you don't try to summon any demons yet, that you try to make contact with those that are on this particular plane and have chosen to live among among the the populace of Doskval, so that you can understand the chaotic nature that is their mannerisms, and their intents, and their conversation, and their weird, just sort of social interactions, because they are not normal, and they are always trying to get you into a deal, always trying to make arrangements. So with all of that going on, and all of that being conveyed, he leaves you with a couple of final words. The first is, don't ever be alone with them. You always need somebody there to help you. You always need, because you are mortal, regardless of your substantial ability as a whisper, as someone who steps into the ghost field on a regular basis. Never ever be alone. Always be prepared to have somebody pull you back, because they will suck you in. They will. That is how demons win. Any social interaction that they can do when they're isolated, it draws you in, and they consume you. They consume you in their way. So if you have somebody that can pull you back, it means that you're more than likely not going to get caught up in whatever mess that there is, whether you're being it's a social interaction, whether it's an embrace of exchange of spiritual energy, what have you. You always want to be with somebody in the room, or somebody watching you, as you explained with the Valen situation. And the second thing he says is, you more than likely want to spend time with Valeris as your first, because you have so much experience at the Vale. You can have a common ground and not have it be uncomfortable when the demon goes off tangents and tries to suck you in into conversation, into deals, stay. into their madness, essentially. And so with that, you have the initial breadth of what demonology is. You understand a little bit more about the social dynamics. You have very little clue about the hierarchy. You have very little clue about how to successfully summon a demon. But you have all of this. You have essentially this base of information that says that you need to study more. You need to know more. And he says, as his final parting words, come back to me when you're done. I have one final thing to share with you, but you are not ready.
Okay.
All right. So you've advanced the progress clock, or the progress clock 2 segments for your demonology. What do you want to do with your second downtime action?
See if I can find out what those information on those 3 items.
Okay. And how do you want to go about doing that?
I would go. I guess I'd go to Charter Hall. I'd go to the academy. Would I do that? I guess I would.
Okay. Would that be acquiring an asset? Would it be a long-term project?
An asset, I think, because if I'm guessing, because I think these things might be powerful and can help me.
All right.
I think I could be wrong.
Well, I'm just trying to get an impression about how you're going to use. Okay, so with an asset, you would be expected to use it at some point, and maybe this is you would acquire an asset that is an expert in items that are related to demonology, and then during the sort of like free play, you would then do an investigation into those particular items, and that may lead to other information or a score or that kind of a thing. So do you want to do that, or do you want to create a long-term it would be a separate long-term project, but it would be a short one. It would be a 4-segment clock versus say like an 8-segment clock, which is typically our typical ones are for investigating these items.
4-segment.
Okay. All right. So when you go and start talking to people at Charter Hall, how do you approach that? I mean, is it something where you're just like, hey, listen, I've got these items, or are you more subtle, start someplace else, and then kind of bring it back around?
Definitely subtle. I would go to the a natural academy over there, Moreland Hall.
Okay.
And ask to speak to the headmaster professor for what's the name of that town? Ujulan, you know. The
town in Aruvia.
Udesha?
Yes.
Hold on just a second. Let me confirm the name of that. But okay. So you want to talk to somebody who basically has some information about
Peruvian demonology, Udashan study, yeah.
From Udesha. Okay. All right. And are you sure that you wouldn't want to go with your Udeshan friend instead? Your friend, the one that you're corresponding with?
Your
Enjoy
courier friend?
your stay.
I did not realize he was Udeshan.
Surprise!
Okay,
Good.
hi. Hey!
So, everything that we're being subtle about. Sorry, Trindane. So yeah, Hocus
Yeah, Hocus.
is Eruvian, and he specifically hails from the city of Udesha. So you could take that as, you could do that.
Can I contact him? Can I do that? I didn't know I could do that either.
Well,
as
you've
well.
been having a correspondence with him out of that band, so you could start something here and then potentially send him a message, and maybe he can finish the research for you as a part of that progress clock. I mean, if that's the kind of cross show thing we want to do, we can do that. I just know that since you're specifically going, you want to speak to somebody from Aruvia, and you want to find out more information about that. That's an option that you can take.
Let me find out a little bit first.
Okay.
And then if I want to involve him,
Okay.
I will.
All
I'm
right.
not sure.
So progress clock is on the table. Now, so when you go, you're basically going to find the head of this particular school or discipline and engage them about this. So
Yeah.
why don't you go ahead and tell me what role you think makes sense in this particular case?
A study role, honestly.
Okay. All right. And how does that conversation go? Is it I'm looking into demonology, or I'm looking into some items for a client, kind of a thing? I mean, really, how does it really kind of?
I'd like to speak to you or the any members of the Duskfall Spectral Society. I have made inroads with them. I have a client has some items that I need to investigate, and before I tell them they're okay to pass on to a purveyor, I'd like to know more about them, if they contain properties, if they are conduits for demons, or if they are phylacteries for demons. Anything any information I can acquire.
Okay. All right. With that, go ahead and make a roll. And you're going to do it the same way that you did before. So you're going to click on the action.
Study.
And from there, you're going to remember there's no position and no effect. And do you want to push yourself or take a devil's bargain?
Push myself.
Okay. So take another 2 stress.
Study. How do I get through these without having to make it positioned?
You just click whatever so you can click whatever the position is or whatever the default is, and it doesn't matter. Like that won't have a bearing on the long-term project. So just click, for control and then standard for those 2 fields, and then just get all the way to the end. Oh wow. Okay.
Hey.
Did you want to throw an additional die at that, or are you okay with that roll?
I'm okay with that roll.
Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't do the extra die.
Right. So
You're right.
it's up to you. It's up to you. If you want to take this, you can. With that roll, I'll let that stand. You don't have to take the stress, or you can take the stress and potentially get a crit.
5, along with that 6.
So 6 means you get it progresses 3 times. All right. So
Doop, doop.
conversation begins. Which items do you hand him first?
I know what they are. I totally know what these items are because I wrote them down. Where did I write them down?
So there's
the book, the amulet, and the blade. Okay,
That's correct.
I'm gonna hand him the book first.
Okay, good. So he takes a look at the book and he opens it up. And in it is the text of what appears to be what is the word for it's a bestiary, essentially. It's essentially an analysis and the writings of various bits of information about different animals and beasts and the creatures of the existing world of Duskfall, right? You see things like limited but interesting information about leviathans. You see details about river eagles. You see some research on Deathseeker crows. Again, and it is the breadth of all known animals of the known Imperium. But you watch as he kind of just slips in a little bit to the ghost field, and it's very obvious to you, somebody who has practiced in the ghost field, into attuning. He slips into the ghost field a little bit, and his eyes grow wide, and his jaw drops, and he lays the book on the table, and he slowly just kind of sits back in it, and his eyes get wide. He's looking at it. He flips a page. He pushes himself a little bit more, flips a page, and immediately closes the book.
What?
And he, just puts his hands on the book and says an Eruvian prayer. And it's a harsh, aggressive prayer. And his hands glow a little white as he says it. And he picks his hands up. And then he puts his hands together, he clasps his hands together and says another Eruvian prayer, this more softer, very lyrical. And when he's finished, he opens his eyes and says, "This is incredibly dangerous." And his accent has changed from normal, very educated Duskfall to Eruvian. And you get the sense for the first time that you're hearing how he truly speaks, and he says, "This must go away. This must go. This should not. I don't know where you got this, but this is the most dangerous book I've ever seen."
Okay.
And then he mumbles something under his breath, and he says, "It's called the Codex Diabolus. It's been rumored that this book existed, but to this day, he has never seen evidence of it."
All right. I will keep it safe.
And with that, he looks at the second item, which is the amulet.
Yeah.
And says, "These two items go together. This protects you. This is dangerous. As long as you have this, you hold this on you at all times." And he points to the amulet.
Okay.
And he pushes him back to you and says, "Please don't come back here again." And he turns and he leaves.
Well, but I have a... All right. Okay.
So the amulet is an incredibly powerful spirit bane with a focus on demonic energy. That's the mechanical element of it. And then I suggest you privately write your Eruvian friend for more information.
Okay.
Or a will. Fucking demon book with demon banes.
Woohoo!
She hasn't even looked in the book yet,
Yeah.
which is the most enjoyable part. Because that when she looks in the book, or when anybody in the ghost field looks at the book, yeah.
Yeah, no thank you.
No, I won't be doing that alone. That's for sure.
Wonder why that is.
Yeah.
All right,
Yay.
so
And
that
I
is
hightail it back to the
Eden.
Vale.
Oh, the Vale. Okay. Do you want to pay some additional blah blah blah? What is it? Do you want to take an additional downtime as a cost? 1 rep or 1 coin?
Sure, but I can do it after other people's downtime. I don't need to be the least show right now.
Okay. All right. So let's go ahead and take a step back from that. Who wants to go next?
OC or Bowerbomb?
You were gonna say it.
For my downtime?
Yes.
I'm going to train twice in the same thing. I'm really going to just push myself.
Okay.
So I'm going to train twice in skirmish.
Oh, okay. Does that advance you another pip or whatever?
Yep.
Ooh. Okay. So where are you gonna? Or let me see.
1, 2, 3. I don't, because it's 3. We get 3 in prowess now because of our thing.
Right.
And then 1, 2. So I'll only have 1 pip now, and I add 1 dot in skirmish.
All right.
2.
Excellent.
It's 6. I have 0 right now in skirmish.
Yeah, so every
So I'm
every
adding 1
training-
dot.
Every training is 2 XP.
Okay, is 3 hashes, right?
Every
I did
training
6.
every training is 2 hashes. That's what I'm saying.
I thought it was 3 because we have that in prowess and resolve.
Every training is normally 1 hash, but because
Oh,
we have
it's 2,
training,
so it's 2.
Yeah,
Okay,
because
sorry,
we have training,
sorry.
it's 2.
It's chit. They're
All right,
chits.
hold on.
This
Sorry,
isn't-
chads.
this isn't-
They're chads.
3. Okay,
This
so
isn't the
so
Florida
it's just okay, so it's full. So 1, I get 1 dot, but I don't have any more things. Okay, got it.
Yep, and you can add that 1 dot wherever you want as long as it's inside of the
Yep, skirmish.
prowess thing.
Right, and she's trained skirmish. So okay.
she's
cool.
she's preparing for a fight.
Oh shit.
Okay, so that's the mechanical aspect. What is OC's like? Does she acquire the services of Bowerstone to, help her train? Is it something that she does on her own inside of the Power Bottom Cave? I mean, what's really going on there? Hey, you guys started it. Slade, stop it.
She
So-
started it. I went along for the ride. This is how this works.
So she figures that she needs to kind of train her strength a little bit more, and she's gonna do that in the Power Bottom Cave, as you would. So she's going to there's like a gym set up. I'm sure there's something that she could hit, and she's just gonna be there for probably like the better part of the day. She's taking a lot of her frustration out because Nai's doing her own thing. We still haven't dealt with that yet.
Right, she's still in the body of Aldo, and Aldo is still, or the body of Aldo is still keeping an eye on Valen, if I remember correctly.
Yep. That's pretty much round the clock job at this point.
Okay.
I would send her someone that I trust to feed, but that's about it.
Okay.
I wouldn't let her leave. But she would probably mention to the group before she left how her frustration, probably hint at her frustration, like we need to do something with this and, just fix this. I understand I got into this mess, but we're a team and we help each other. Help me fucking fix it. And then she'd be all pissed off and moody and leave and, go train and be alone.
Okay. All right. Excellent. Okay. So with that, we're going to jump over to Mr. Bowerstone. Mr. Bowerstone, what are we doing for you?
So, bit of a long-term project, but it's going to start with me buying a building. Not a massive building, but just a building that is not near a location. So it's sort of like in a neutral territory that the Shroud would not likely be in.
Was there a specific
Okay.
district?
Can we bring up the map? I was trying to.
Give me just 1 second. Let me jump right over to.
If there's one thing I'm not good at, that is geography. It is the science of the world.
Or any science for that matter?
Well, science. What is it? Is
All right.
math part of science?
So there you go.
Mm-hmm.
So what district do you want to go and buy this building in?
Let's have a look.
I think I've got the black lung pop.
Sorry, say that again. I couldn't. Crowsfoot sounds pretty good, eh?
Okay,
I
so
don't know about you, but it was just flashing at me to go there.
So Crow's Foot is where you want to buy this building. What kind of a building do you want to buy, Mr. Bowerstone?
A rundown building. Something.
That gives me absolutely no information other than the condition of the
Fine.
building itself.
It has a
Specifically,
door.
which one do you want?
Okay,
What
one
type of
door,
building do you want?
17 windows, 3 stories, is at least 50 years old.
No.
Did
I don't think you're getting this.
I want an
Um,
abandoned building, something that is run down at least 3 tiers story high.
So
Do you
a
want
large
a
warehouse.
tenement housing? Do you want
No, no.
like
Warehouse.
a tavern? You want a warehouse?
Mean, warehouse, I think. Sure.
A 3-story warehouse?
It doesn't have to be all 3 stories.
It's just
We're in the
horizontal.
bay.
There's
Yeah.
3 horizontal stories. Is the
Mm.
you know
There's
It's just on its
just
side.
a bunch of books in there.
yeah. It's like Harry Potter. You read them back to back, so
screw
it's
it,
like left
okay.
to right.
All right,
Single-
all right.
Is it
just
11
one
yet?
level warehouse. Just one level warehouse.
A three-story tall.
No. One level now. Forget the 3 stories. We don't have time.
Oh my god! I swear to God, you're painful.
It's like a cake.
It's like a cake.
All right. Do you have any intent? What is your intent with buying this particular place? Like, what is the
I
long-term
can't.
project?
I can't disclose that on stream. But the intent of it is, you know what the intent of it is. We've talked about this.
It's going to be the power top cave.
The power top cave.
We have discussed
Oh, I
this.
hate
You know
it.
what this is.
Oh, okay.
Top side, get it?
I hate
It's
it.
not a
Alright.
cave.
I hate it. I hate you.
All right, guys. Now that I
Mhm.
know exactly what he's telling us, okay, here's what we're gonna do.
Mhm.
How do you go about acquiring this, and what is the role that's going to be used, or what is the action type that's going to be used to determine the progress of this particular clock?
I'm thinking about going for a property broker because although it's going to be spending my money, I don't want to be basically directly
Enjoy
going
your
up and
stay.
purchasing it myself. So I will employ someone to basically acquire it for me, even if it's one of the rooks to be like, we want this building.
All right, but that doesn't answer my question quite, because you're starting a long-term project, yes?
Yes.
Okay. There has to be some sort of rule associated with progressing the segments on the progress clock. So I need to know.
It'll be Sway first, I think.
Okay. All right. And with that in mind, I'm going to drop us back over to. Right. Oh, I didn't do it myself. I'm sorry. I apologize. I was going to give you guys a hard time. Okay. So with that in mind, we're going to do an 8 segment progress clock, given what I know what the circumstances is going to be. So it's going to be a daunting progress clock. Why don't you go ahead and describe to me the conversation that you're going to have with your realty broker, Rook Network individual? Like what's going on there? What is the story behind her, the narrative element behind it?
Mm-hmm. So he's going to sit him down, just be like, look, as you can see, where things are moving up in the world, we're getting higher, so we really need to buy some extra buildings. So if you can go out, find us a warehouse, nothing too flash, and obviously nothing that's going to bring to light, for we are the Shroud. But can you go out and search for that? I can trust you, yeah? You are professional?
Okay.
I just imagine you with like a glass of wine sloshing around like a.
You mean grape juice? Because
Yeah.
he doesn't drink wine?
Yeah.
Because he's the Bauer bomb?
Yep, it's the mother from that one show that Ginger wants me to watch all the time. You know.
I have no idea what show she wants you to watch. So.
Oh, hold on. Arrested Development.
Thank you.
Oh, okay. All right. Fair
It's
enough.
the mom,
Archer.
Right.
Pretty much Archer's mom. Same character.
but Reymond Bowerstone.
Yep.
Okay, so roll me your sway.
Oh,
And
please.
remember, the position and the effect is going to be default, whatever it is. And then are you going to push yourself for this at all?
I think I will. I've got enough.
Or are you going to take a devil's bargain?
So don't tempt me. No, I'll just push myself.
Okay, fair enough.
So I had a stress onto there. Can you...
Bauer project. So 2 stress, you progressed it twice. So 4-5 is 2 segments of the clock. So the conversation with this particular individual goes incredibly well, right? It starts off in doesn't quite take you seriously, but when he gets an idea of what you want, it immediately goes to a click aha moment. He takes the appropriate papers to represent the amount of money that you're going to spend on this particular place, and he finds you a location inside of Crow's Foot. Now, given the circumstances of Crow's Foot, it is divided in 3 segments. The bottom half is basically controlled by the crows. The middle section is pretty much controlled by the Lamplax, and the top portion is controlled by the Red Sashes. We should indicate that on the map, and I will switch back to the map for you guys.
I'll do it. Just keep talking. As soon as you switch back, I'll do it.
So with that in mind, where do you want to buy it?
You know what? I think I'm going to go for the bottom.
So in the crows.
Yeah.
Okay. What type of...
Shut up, Ginger. Shut up.
So with that in mind, and Mike, you should probably, well, I guess not. The Tangletown is quote unquote neutral ground, so that makes sense. It should just stay neutral. Okay. So with all of that in mind, he acquires a place for you pretty much on the water's edge, looking towards Tangletown. And it's this 3-story sort of warehouse edifice where it's sort of rickety and kind of falling apart and occupied by mostly vagrants or people who are trying to hide from the conflict that's going in Crow's Foot. And when you enter the building and you take a look at the results, it matches whatever vision you have in your head about what it is, because this guy took your instructions and did reasonably well for you. But as you kind of are looking at all of this, it's clear that more money is going to be spent for
the project.
More money is going to need to be thrown at to make it look even presentable for what you have in mind.
Mm-hmm.
So, okay, excellent. So that is your first downtime project. What do you want to do with your second?
Second one, I'm going to train.
Okay, so what are you going to train?
Which one is it again? What is it for hand-to-hand combat? It was basically...
Makes it real hard to edit the map when you switch us off the page.
It's skirmish, right?
Skirmish.
Sorry, gosh, hold on.
Love
Skirmish.
you.
Get back over there.
Skirmish.
Enjoy your stay.
How dare you, sir?
Exactly, skirmish. So
yeah.
okay. All right, excellent. And that means we now jump over to Nyx. What are you doing with your downtime actions?
So I actually have several questions for you before I get into any of my downtime. Before I
Several questions? I'm concerned.
Several questions. Yeah. So the first 2 can be melded into one. We've done several things with the Hive and with the Lamplax. We've had actually scores related to them, but we haven't progressed their clocks on the clock thing. Is that a thing?
Red thingy is moving closer to the green thingy.
You've had 2 interactions with the Lamp Blacks. One of them was the delivery of the
we dropped
Red
the
Sash
body.
soldier.
We dropped the body, which gave us two ticks on the clock, and then we had a successful meeting, a successful score, and we didn't progress it any further. And then the same thing with the hive.
I'm going to say that that's probably going to progress it. What was the fortune roll on that score? Do you remember?
Man, I don't. We succeeded the score. I know that much.
I know it was a good fortune roll, but I'm trying to remember what it was.
I don't know.
Okay, I'm going back all the way to the scroll back and see what I can find. Okay, those are cohort rolls. Wait, did I go way far back? I went too far back. Damn it. Does anybody in chat know? Does anybody remember?
I'm not sure. We can do that off screen as long as they're progressing. I just want to make sure we don't forget that. We can go back.
Okay, so let me why don't you go ahead and look back when you get a chance, and we'll talk about the progress of that. Yes, there would be progress based on the success of that score, and I'm going to base it on the fortune roll. So again, if it's 6 or it was a crit, if it was 6, it would go 3. If it was a crit, it would go 4. You know, if it was 4 or 5,
and then I guess the same thing would apply to the hive as well, because we did the same thing. We brokered an agreement. We got 2 pips for that. And then we had a score with them as well.
Same question, or same circumstance. So
my other question would be: I have looked several times into the strange Taikarosi woman who's investigating the homeless people in the night market, but we didn't actually build a clock for that. Can we build a clock for that?
I thought
I've used 2 downtime actions on that.
Yes, let's go ahead and do that.
Sweet. I know the most recent one was a 6, because I gained so much information about Donovan's.
If you can remember what the previous one was, I believe.
I remember the 6. I don't remember the first roll.
Yeah, I don't remember what the first one was. No, you know what? I do. The first one was also a 6 because I said on a 6, instead of using it as to get more information, can I also talk to the homeless people? And you gave me a +1 if I was doing things in night market.
That's correct. That's correct.
I used that.
But you also got the information. You got Sling's name, didn't you?
That was last session. So the first session I got the asset. The second session I got Sling's name. I've done it twice, 2 downtimes doing that.
That's how we found out that Ari was there with her, and that's why we left the body there.
Yep.
No, I understand that. But so if there's any progress that was made along that progress clock, it would have been completed with Sling's name.
Well, the progress clock wasn't to find out Sling's name. It was to find out the what's happening in night market with the homeless people being murdered and who this merchant was. Sling was just a bonus to that. Unless you want to make that 2. I'm okay with making it 2 separate clocks.
No, because that makes sense. Okay. I'm thinking about how to do this correctly, because you're right. This should have been a progress clock. The trouble in night market related to God, hold on. Let me go back to my notes real quick. I just want to consult something real quick because downtime action, free play, downtime action.
So while you're looking that up, I will say Wilburk, Wasteland Mage 97, Magni Thorson, Late Night Tabletop, Justice GS, Dartak, and Savage Psycho. Thank you for hitting that follow button. And arise, minions, and welcome to the graveyard. Guys, we're at like 100. We're at like 110 followers, guys.
You're 110. Congratulations.
We're at like 1,010.
You're at 110 followers? What happened?
We lost everything. I don't know what happened. I lost track of what's happening. Losing my mind.
They went to that link you put, didn't they?
Yeah.
Okay, so with that in mind, it's going to be an 8-position clock because you've gotten a lot of information, but you have not gotten the final detail, which is who the target was.
Right.
But the target was never clear based on the information that you acquired at the time.
Exactly.
So,
yeah, all he knew was that there was a Taikarosi woman that was looking into it, so he started questioning the people. They said there was a Taikarosi woman with a similar description that went into Donovan's, so he cased Donovan's, and now he has Sling's name.
Right, but but according to the information that you got, there was never a clear path between
Right.
what the Lost were looking for and who that end result was, according to all the information that you've gotten so far. So so you progress. So we're going to call it a progress clock or a daunting progress clock. It's going to be 8 segments. You have progressed at 6. You've gotten the information about the Taikarosi woman that goes to Donovan's. You've gotten her name. You've gotten that there's a lot of activity around that. And then if you decide to advance this particular one and you roll it, then we'll get into the details about what the Lost actually knows about the Taikarosi, or sorry, about this circumstance. Like, allowing you to bridge the gap.
So my first downtime action is to approach the homeless in Night Market. I'm going to be working on that progress clock. And I'm going to commune with the homeless people, and I guess I'll use sway.
You're going to commune?
Yeah, I'm going to talk to them. I'm going to convince them.
Interesting step forward.
Yeah, I'm going to. I forgot commune's an actual skill. I'm going to talk to the people there and convince them that they need to give this letter to the strange Taikarosi woman they see entering Donovan's, and tell her that we need to talk.
Wait, you're using that to advance this particular project?
Yeah. The only lead I have is the fact that Sling is looking for this. So if Sling knows more than me, I need to know more than Sling. So I need to talk to Sling and combine.
Well, so no,
we need to touch PG tips.
First time mentioned.
Doesn't sound very PG.
No comment. So that isn't the only option that you actually have to advance this particular clock. That's actually interesting because it directly involves another character on a different show.
So I'm rolling to convince the homeless people to do this for me.
Right, but so that's not your only option to find out what's going on. You could actually take this at another path and go, and try to gather more information indirectly through the Lost, even though your Rook network.
So the Lost don't like us.
Absolutely.
Which is the reason why I'm trying to make this investigation stop happening.
Okay, fair enough.
Because I don't want the Lost in our territory.
Okay, fair enough. All right. So go ahead and make me a roll.
Cool.
Whatever you want to, however you want to do it.
So I will call it Sway. Makes the most sense, right? Because Sway is like convincing people things.
Are you going to use your Rook network with this?
No, it's just me. I've spoken to the homeless people before. They know who I am, or they know at least of me, because we had the first conversation asking who was causing them damage. So I'm going to roll Sway. This is a progress clock, so no input value.
No input values for either, unless you want to push yourself and then take a dice or take a devil's bargain.
I will push myself. 2 stress. I can bang out 2 stress. So 1 bonus dice and 6.
Okay, you complete it. After very little convincing and very little time passing coin or other promises of items that they can use, the homeless network or the homeless in Night Market, you find one person who is definitely willing to go ahead and pass this information on to the Taikarosi woman who comes in and out of Donovan's. Can you do me a favor, since this is the completion of that particular project, write that privately and then send it to Louise, and then she can either choose to reveal it on stream or whatever, but it'll be an interaction directly between the two of you. And if you guys want to reveal it to me, that's fine.
Okay.
But it's entirely up to you guys.
Sweet. And then my second downtime action would be to work on cultivating my asset within the Red Sashes. I spoke to him last time. He asked me what my purpose for him was. And I basically told him that I need you to be my eyes and ears in the Red Sashes. And then if the Red Sashes should fall, then I will assign you a new task. But fear not, I will look out for what is mine.
Okay. So why don't you go ahead and... That sounds like a sway.
Yeah, so so I did that last session. So this session I'm gonna talk to him. I'm gonna give him up all of the information we have on the caravan.
Yep.
And I'm gonna help him paint this into a appetizing target for the red sashes.
Okay.
So that when he goes to them, it looks like he found information and he's a better asset than he was previously. So I will roll you another sway.
If that's what you want to use, great.
Yep. Kapow! Another 6.
And that completes that clock. You now have a expert asset inside of the red sashes.
Sweet. Cool. So how does that work mechanically?
So we need to roll for the quality of him at this point, and I believe if you want to just use that sway as the mechanic.
There's actually a quality roll, I think, isn't there?
To acquire an asset, roll the cruise tier. The result indicates the quality of the asset you get using the cruise tier as the base.
Okay, so our crew tier is 1.
So your crew tier is 1 now, right? And you rolled a 6.
Yep.
On this particular roll, because you're taking him from an asset and turning him into a cohort, you're basically you're turning him into essentially. We have to determine the quality of the cohort at this point.
Okay.
Let me double check the rules on cohorts real quick.
And while you do that, Motorat 1 and Katana Clone, thank you for hitting that follow button. Arise, minions, and welcome to the graveyard. Also, guys, we're at 15 out of 10 followers. I just wasn't paying attention. So everyone gains another position. And while Johnny reads more rules... while Johnny reads more rules, guys, if you look down in the top of the screen, I think, on this map, top of the screen, you guys can see all of our micro goals, retweets, follows, and subscribers. As soon as we hit those goals again, everyone continues to gain position on this game. And if you want to hit that donation goal, check out BITD in the chat there, because the donations have changed for Blades in the Dark. There's a unique thing, so I made a Google document for you. All right, Johnny, what do you got for me?
Okay, so there are 2 things when turning him into an expert cohort. Yep. Okay, you need to come up with a type for him very specifically. The examples that are listed in the book are, doctor, investigator, occultist, assassin, spy. Just come up with some description of him that makes sense, and we'll call that his type.
Okay, what page are you on? And I'll look right there.
The page is 96 or 104 in the PDF.
Cool.
And it's under creating expert. The second thing is that the quality is actually determined by your tier +1. So he's going to be
a tier 2.
He's a tier 2, or his quality is 2 for that, which means he rolls 2 dice whenever.
Sweet.
You use him. Okay, so just if you want to go ahead and think about what that means in respect.
Yeah, he would be a spy, obviously.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
So that's 2 of my 3 downtimes, and my third downtime. I didn't think that through. My third downtime is going to be. You know what? I did think that through. So I have a question for you. That was the third question. So I want to reduce heat, but I want to reduce heat in a very specific way. So I didn't think about this the first time we tried this, but I'm thinking about it now. Our next score is to make this caravan job, if it's successful, look like the red sashes did it.
That's correct.
Can I reduce heat by making this next score look like the red sashes did it? Because the first time we did the smash and grab, we made it look like the Lampblacks did it, but it had no mechanical value. It just looked that way. Can I add a mechanical value to that?
We love you, Johnny.
Okay, so let me understand. Let me be very clear about what you're trying to do here.
Sure.
You're trying to reduce heat as your downtime action.
Yep.
And you are trying to pin a future score on the red sashes before you commit the score as your heat reduction.
Yeah, so it'll be like no heat reduction, or if the score goes well as we plan, heat reduction then. And the way I'm going to do that mechanically is by consorting with our friends, like a minion of the Hive and a minion of the Lampblack, to come to terms on what the hell the plan is for their roles in this heist.
Come to terms with their roles. So you mean actually deal with some planning related to
with the other crews? Yeah. I think that would be mechanically a consort role, but I could be wrong.
Well, so it would. Okay. All right. I think that I'm just. Well, so what it is that you're trying to preemptively reduce heat for something that you haven't even done yet, and so it all makes sense to me. It's just the hesitation I'm having is that you're depending on some relative level of success on this upcoming score.
Right. So the way I counter that in my head is right now we don't reduce anything. If we do the score, whatever heat we would have gained from doing the score is reduced.
Right, but so the whole point of the mechanical benefit of reducing heat is to be able to reduce your heat right now.
Okay, that's fair then. Yeah.
Why don't you reduce our heat now, and it'll just be even? Like we'll gain back whatever heat you get rid of.
Okay.
Well,
I can do that too.
The only issue I think I'm having with it is the idea of having it depend on the success of the score. I'm okay if you saying the way that we're going to reduce heat, and the way that the roles, the consort is the role that you're going to use, and the way that we're going to reduce heat all involves the planning that we take in the next score.
Right.
And I'm okay with that. It's just the dependency of whether you actually reduce heat or not being on whether you succeed or not.
Okay, if it makes it way easier, I will reduce heat right now.
Okay.
And the way I'll do that is, can I find my friend Jaren?
Sure.
So my friend Jaren is a blue coat activist. And what I would like to do is I would like to speak to him, rolling probably consort, maybe sway, I guess. But I would like to speak to him, and I would like to remind him that all the clues from the explosion inside Crowsfoot, resulting in the 4 dead bodies, or the several dead bodies of the red sashes, all pointed to the lamp blacks and did not point to me in any manner, to reduce my heat that way.
Wait a minute.
So the previous job we had.
I get all that. I'm just trying to clarify one question though.
Yeah.
You're trying to make friends with the Lamplacks.
Yeah.
You're trying to throw heat at the Lamplacks at the same time.
I mean, we didn't tell them we blew up that building.
All right, fair enough. Go ahead and
roll. They don't know who blew the building up.
Go ahead.
We just knew that a building blew up.
It's all good.
Would you say that was consort or sway? What do you think?
It seems more like a sway roll to me,
okay.
But he is a known contact to you, so consort makes a lot of sense.
Okay, I mean it's the same number either way.
Just roll consort.
Okay, and because I'm using a contact during downtime, I get 1 free bonus dice.
Sure.
Kapow! Woo, that's not great.
So that has a reduction of 1.
Yeah.
So, yeah, you didn't do as well as you possibly could. So, with that in mind, the conversation goes well, but he looks a little bit hesitant as you begin to share this information with him, and wonders why you're trying so hard to convince him of information that he already assumed was correct.
That's fair. Yeah, so that's all 3 of my downtimes.
All right. So, jumping back to Lisa real quick, but giving you the option to push yourself spend 1 coin or 1 crew rep to take an additional downtime action. Did you want to do that?
I would like to do that and train.
Okay. What are you spending, rep or coin?
Coin.
Okay. So go ahead and remove 1 coin from your character sheet. And what are you training?
I'm going to... Oh, my computer is... Stop freezing. Oh my god. I can't see it because I can't...
Nothing.
There it goes.
Yeah, that was kind of weird how it rolled and made the rolled sound but didn't roll.
That was weird. I would like to train in... What's going to help me.
Your camera is
Study
frozen,
or-
and you look
I was
very
telling you that it
concerned.
was still frozen, and I was muted, so I'm an asshole.
Your camera's frozen, and you look just very concerned. You're like,
She looks incredibly
it's
concerned.
like a shocking thing just happened, and your camera froze.
That's funny.
Pretty good stuff.
My computer is freaking out. I think I want to train in.
Control Delete. Sorry, my IT
Delete.
kicked in.
Yes.
I believe that'd be a tinker.
In study, I guess.
Oh, so that
Insight.
you're gonna train insight then. So
Yeah.
okay,
So we get how many chubs?
Just one.
just one because it's insight.
Okay. I said how many chubs?
Chads.
Chubs.
All right. Real quick question about as I'm looking at your character sheet real quick, Lisa. It says
Yeah.
that your stress bar is full.
Yes.
Uh,
So should I take care of stress instead of train?
Well, when did you?
Yes.
Absolutely.
Well, so hold on a
Okay.
second. When did you? What action did you take that put you to the stress level of max?
That last roll.
She pushed herself.
She pushed herself on
To study the demonology.
Just now.
to study the demon. No, study the demonology.
The items.
Okay, so
Enjoy your
you're gonna have to
stay.
indulge your vice because otherwise you're
All
gonna
right.
be you're gonna be out.
Okay.
Yeah, the next
Oh.
stress you take is damage.
Well,
Okay.
the next stress she takes is gonna be trauma,
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
what I meant.
and the trauma. I mean, we can get to we can have a conversation about what trauma means, but the next stress you take will put you out. I mean, like you will literally go what's called incapacitated,
Right.
or you'll be pulled out of the current set of actions happening
All
in that score, and then you would have to take one of the traumas that are listed.
Okay.
She's going to look like what her camera does now.
Concerned.
All right. So I'll indulge my vice
Okay, great.
instead of train.
Okay, so why don't you go ahead and indulge your vice?
Okay. I can't push myself
No,
to do that.
because you're maxed. Yeah. Oh wow. Okay, so with all of that, you only reduce your stress by 2,
Okay.
but at least you now have a little bit of wiggle room should something come up.
Okay.
Yep. All right. Excellent.
Cool.
All right. Great. So downtime done. What's going on, guys? You are now in free play. How do we move from here?
Pub?
Pub. Let's go to the the Winchester.
Yes.
Have a pint. Check out my new
To wait
dick.
for this whole thing to blow over.
You can sit on my dick. Have a pint.
Strikes
Sit
even.
out on the deek.
Yeah,
Somebody
sit
clip
down on
that.
the
I'm gonna go flip that real quick.
dick.
Sitting on my dick.
All the neighbors like to sit on my dick. So I would like to.
We're referencing a YouTube video,
Acclaimed
referencing an
spreads.
accent. Just so y'all know.
No, we're not.
No, we're not.
We're also-
Absolute
We're also
complete racist.
referencing Slade's dick. Madam Gandalf, thank you for that host. Also, Chromed Vertebrate and Brian
Yes.
Brian Dime. Nailed it.
Yes. we did.
Thanks for that follow button. Arise, minion, and welcome to the graveyard. Yeah, so Nix would like to start cracking away at this fucking crew thing, this score. That's the word. This score that we're going to be, at least that he thinks we're going to be doing.
What does that mean?
OC
ahead,
wants
sorry.
to get rid of the inspector. So she's going to go to Nyx knowing that he probably has some type of evil plan that she's totally down for. And then ask just the group in general if there's anything that we can do for that.
He doesn't have a plan. Someone refresh my memory. When you stole the inspector, you told somebody that you wrote like a note, I'm going here. Where was
No,
that?
we didn't do that
We
because we're
didn't
going to
do
drop
that.
him off.
We didn't do that.
He got all the paperwork with him.
Yep.
He got in. He walked a little bit and then got in a carriage. Like, we didn't leave together. He left after, like, far later into the night after me, so it wasn't suspicious.
Okay.
But
So yeah, I have no idea. I literally have no idea. I haven't thought about that inspector at all.
yeah, OC has, and now it's her problem.
Yeah.
And you're running the world over here, but she still has her problem, and she's kind of making it the group's problem now.
Yeah, Nix has no input. In fact, as soon as you remind him, he says, "Oh, my dear, I forgot all about that friend of yours."
Could that fit into your plan anywhere? Of fucking people over.
I guess we could leave him as a body at the caravan, among the dead of the red sashes, if all things go as planned.
So would you like her to wait somewhere? Him?
Yes. Quite a right pickle we have here. If only I had a dick. I'd sit on it and think.
I don't know what that sentence was meant to mean at all.
Love you.
Something about Johnny leaving pickles in a dick.
Yeah.
Is it a hardwood dick?
It's a redwood dick.
Do you polish the dick? before
Slade,
people
I'm
sit
just
on
going
it?
to say this right now. You are in so much trouble.
So, yeah,
The bottom is dead.
So I'm not sure how to get him to the caravan because he looks like a fucking inspector, and if we disguise him, what's the point of bringing him because he doesn't look like an inspector anymore?
Wait,
We could put a bag over his head as a captor and hide him in one of the alleys near where we're going to be doing that.
Sure.
She's under our control. She'll do whatever we ask her to do. Well, not under our control, but she's, my friend. She'll do whatever
Sure.
we ask so that she can be free again to do whatever she wants.
Yeah, I could if you can make that happen. That's a good plan. Drop him amongst the bodies of the red sashes. Make it look like he came to stop them from fucking stealing a caravan and they killed him.
Or she could leave and we could just kill him.
Still gotta dispose of the body.
My point is then it's less hiding and jumping out. It's just lugging a body.
Yeah, lugging a body of an inspector. I mean, you can do whatever you want. That's my. I like Nick's likes your first suggestion.
Okay.
Yeah, so you can either kill him or you can bring him and then kill him. Either one. She's been in there for days. No, she's been there for a full day. That's right. It just seems
2
like
days.
a long time. Yeah.
It's been like 2 or 3 days.
it's been long enough that she's going to have to make a fortune roll again soon.
Yeah, Lisa,
she's gonna hop out when we do our.
I am totally stuck.
You are stuck
do
in
Control
the most,
Alt Delete, kill it, and then just join again from the Discord chat.
but you're stuck in the most like normal pose
Concerned.
ever. No, but it's just like
I
normal.
know.
It's just like a regular
I'm so
face.
lucky. It's like I'm not picking my nose. I'm not
Yeah.
doing anything weird.
Like everyone
that's
gets
pretty
frozen in
lucky.
like strange.
The worst.
I do. My
Faces.
eyes are always like half open, my mouth's open
Yeah.
or something.
Yep, it's good stuff. Yeah, if you want to close the call and jump back in, I'll fuck with cameras
Oh.
after you do so.
Okay. Let me see if I can just restart.
Oh wait, just turn your video back on now.
Yep, that should work.
Cool, that works. And
And
I'll
she's
adjust cameras
back.
on the fly.
Hello.
Exclamation point.
I'm the dungeon master.
My name is Chimes.
My name is Johnny. I like deeks.
I like him a dick.
I like going for long walks.
Yeah, so that's a plan. Whatever you
I
decide,
definitely
Nix will assist in either way. Yeah. So does that fix your inspector problem?
Yeah.
Okay.
Inspector Gadget. Operation Inspector Gadget. Got it.
Go, go.
We're gonna keep the papers and everything though.
I would assume so. Yeah.
Yeah, just to point that out.
Okay, so to be clear, whatever action that you take inside of this score going against the Leviathan blood, you're going to bring the inspector with you. And we're losing her.
Jesus Christ, with cameras today. What is this, an exploding dice stream?
Hey! Am I
Oh!
Hey, buddy.
Hey, buddy.
back? Nope, not doing that.
Shots were fired.
Homie, don't play that shit.
All right, you're back. No, you already froze. You're fine now. So what were you saying? Johnny asked you a question, and you were like, "Domo arigato."
Oh, I should have done my robot voice. I fucking ruined it, guys.
Yep.
Good.
Yeah, I'm thinking she just kind of we tell her where it's going to happen because we know exactly where, right? Or like the general route.
Yeah, we know where we're planning an ambush.
Yeah, you've got all those details.
Yeah. So maybe she goes with. She'll just go. She'll just leave the body when we're ready. She'll watch it from one of the alleys.
And you'll bring him to Crow's Foot. She'll be in the body. You'll bring her to Crow's Foot. When the events of the score are happening, then you're just basically going to leave him?
So basically, the way the score is intended to work is we've leaked information to the Red Sashes.
Yes.
The Red Sashes attack the caravan.
Yes.
When they've almost succeeded, the Lampblacks jump out of hiding and attack the Red Sashes and kill them, taking their dead, like the Lampblacks dead, with them. We drop the inspector's body. Oh, Nye does
without
whatever
anyone
Nye does.
knowing.
Yeah, Nye does whatever
knowing.
Nye does, and then we take the caravan. So it makes it
She'll
look
probably
like
give her the old and
Yeah.
then jump.
So it looks like the Red Sashes took the caravan, killed an inspector, and they left their dead to be dead.
Okay. All right.
She can jump and not be in a body. She'll just be.
All right. So you guys are still in free play right now, but you know what your score is going to be.
Yeah.
Do you want to take any investigation or
Abso-fucking-lutely.
any further research?
What is this, the Phantoms?
Oh, high five.
Shots fired.
I'm sorry. I need to remove my headphones for a second.
Duck season, rabbit season, duck season.
Shroud season, Phantom
That's
season.
weird.
Shroud
I don't remember
season.
Clav being shot.
Oh. I can kill ghosts too. Oh,
All right.
man. So yes.
Put it away,
Nix would
son.
absolutely want to do
You
some
think
kind of
so?
research.
So what are you guys? What actions? Or what's going on? What are you researching? What do you need to do before the score begins?
Do we know the route that they're taking? Or the route?
So the Lampblacks gave us the route.
The route?
Yes.
Correct. Okay.
The route?
That was the result of your successful roll in that score.
Yeah, so I want to go and talk to people as discreetly as possible. I want to talk to people, maybe even using the rooks. Maybe even going out with the rooks. As discreetly as possible in Crowsfoot, the people of Crowsfoot, because I know that they don't like the situation that's happening in there. And I kind of want to know where there is especially dark alleys or buildings that people can hide upon. Where are some of the assassination attempt sites that in this gang war? Where are some places you don't want to be as a civilian? Where are the places you want to avoid because you know if you walk down this alley you might get knifed in the dark by a blade?
Don't steal my my scouting positions. Where I perch at night.
You bird.
Can I ask why you want to know these particular pieces?
Yeah,
of
because the
information?
Lampblacks are kind of brute idiots and they need assistance in hiding to set up an ambush.
In setting up an ambush
To ambush the Red Sashes.
to ambush the Red Sashes.
Mhm.
We're gonna help
But-
them.
Yeah, because
Right,
what was
so
that
but you
guy's
don't-
name? The guy in the glasses said they were not great at hiding. So I'm trying to help them do that.
Yeah, you did. Yeah, you
Was
did.
his name Pickett?
Okay. Hold on a second. This is built on the assumption that you guys know where the Red Sashes are going to make their attack.
Well, we know where the route is, so they have to make the attack along the route.
Oh, okay. So that's
That's my assumption.
You're looking for this information as to get some sort of idea about where the Red Sashes more than likely will make their attack,
Yep.
and where the Lampblacks should then position themselves in
Yes.
order to take advantage of
Yes.
the situation.
That is
Okay.
correct.
So to me, if you're asking,
I'm asking, and I have the rooks also asking.
okay, so that means that you want to do
Consort?
sure, unless you're leading them. Are you leading them?
I
or you-
am leading them.
Command.
I am with them.
Yes.
So
then it's
command
gonna
would be
command.
telling them to go do it. Command would be telling them to go do it, and I'm not with them. I'm with
Okay.
them, so I'm rolling the actual skill they'd be rolling.
Okay, so go ahead and set that up.
Cool. So I have. So what would this be for a value?
Position wise?
Yeah.
Well, to me, it sounds like it's going to be risky, and here's why I think it's going to be risky. This is one, not your turf.
Yes.
Two, you don't have control of any of these. You don't have a great relationship with any of the factions that are currently fighting in
Right.
Crow's Foot. And three, this is your first real foray into Crow's Foot, into taking, like being actual on the street, kind of doing something. So, yeah, it seems to me like it's going to be a risky kind of a situation, unless you want to argue or use one of your positions to bring it, back down.
Yeah, I mean, I have 8 positions, so I'm going to go ahead and start crushing those things out of there.
How the hell do you have 8? I thought you had 7.
I had 6, and we've gained the retweet one and the follower one once, and we're about to gain another follower one in 2 more follows. So, guys, 2 more follows away, and everyone gains a new position. So I'm going to knock out 2 positions to make this a... You said it was going to be desperate?
I said it was going to be risky.
Risky. Okay, so I'm going to knock out 1 position to make that controlled.
Okay.
And then what would it be for effect value? I would say standard to great, almost.
I would argue that it's going to be at least standard.
Okay.
I'm willing to hear how it's going to be great, but then... sorry, I'm just updating the list as we go along.
Yeah, I mean, I'll argue that to be great, if we find the best point on the route, it increases our likelihood of them succeeding in the ambush and less people being dead. Also, I'm just going to spend one of my positions to make it great because I have 8. I need to get rid of them.
Okay.
So I will knock that out and make that great.
Enjoy your
I don't
stay.
suppose my assist would help you at all.
You could assist if you want to take 2 stress.
Ooh.
So tell you what, right off the bat, I get 2 dice for consort.
I have no stress.
With my weaving the web ability, I gain +1 dice to consort when I'm gathering information for a score. So that's another one. And then we're using a expert level, or no, whatever the hell it is. Our expert level crew, which is another 2 dice. So I have a total of 5 dice currently. So if you guys want to assist me, you are more than welcome to. But I already have 5 dice to roll.
Why don't we all chip in?
I have 0 stress, so I'll take 2 stress.
Okay.
I mean, I don't mind helping as well. I mean, the planning of this is going to be essential.
I
to
think
success.
only 1 person can assist.
Okay.
Yeah.
That is my.
And I have 0, so let me
yeah.
do it.
Oh, yeah, you go for it then.
Yeah.
All right, so I'm rolling 6 dice to gain information for planning the ambush. Kapow! 5.
Oh, Jesus. Okay.
Really?
Also,
Really?
Atomic
You know?
Flounder 42, and I've been thwarted. Thank you for that follow button. Arise, minion, and welcome to the graveyard.
That's 2. That's another 2.
It's another 1. I just missed 1
Okay.
earlier. Yep. So 1 more,
Yeah.
and we gain another position.
God damn it.
Love
All right,
you.
let's do this. Yeah, shut up. Whatever.
So
You
that
guys
was
need
a
to start-
5. It was a 5
I
on
need to start
the.
spending this craziness. Yes. So, all right. Okay. So with a 5, you get a bit of information that indicates where the best location would be for some sort of large ambush of any caravan that's moving on one of the southern sets. One of the southern, essentially, boulevards, main throughways between the docks through Crow's Foot into, I believe it's Char Hollow is the location that I'm thinking of. While that's all going on, and you're kind of looking at this, you then get great information specifically about where the lamp blocks should be positioned for an attack on anyone who is attacking the red sashes. So you get a lot of really good information as that, well, if this is going to be where the ambush is more than likely going to happen, these are the positions that you would want to be into in order to accomplish that. And so while you're having that conversation, and you're using the Rook Network, but is the Rook Network talking specifically to the residents of Crow's Foot, or are you spreading the information out to potentially anybody in any of the factions? Are you leveraging your Lamp Blacks conversation?
So he would definitely leverage the Lamp Blacks and the citizens of Crow's Foot.
Okay. All right. So all that information is starting to filter into you as you kind of doing your analysis of the situation.
Enjoy your stay.
But you do notice that, and this is the consequence for that 5. You do notice that your presence is noted by somebody wearing some feathers on their jacket as they kind of move away. After.
Sure.
So your impression is that somebody of the Crow's Foot, the Crows, took note of what you were doing.
Sure. So definitely not an undercover cop. Arise, minion, and welcome to the graveyard. Also, Dr. Psycho, thank you for hitting that follow button. And arise, minion, and welcome to the graveyard.
I can't
Everyone,
be mad. That was a good one.
one more position.
Shut up.
Hate
Hate you all.
Nailed it.
Thanks for following us.
What
I
if?
hate you all. Thank you for following.
What if we had someone accidentally crash a cart into their cart, like coming down another street and not paying attention to stop them, to help with the ambush, since these guys aren't very good.
So the ambush is to like. So the way Nyx has it in his head, and this is obviously open to suggestions. The Nyx has it that the red sashes stop the main caravan, the blood caravan, right? The Leviathan caravan, and they're attacking the guards. And when the when the red sashes look like they've won or look like they've lost, that's when. So the caravan should already be stopped when the lamp blacks jump on and finish it.
But how would it be stopped? Are you just going to stand in front of it?
Well, so it's on the red sashes to actually do the ambush of the caravan. We're ambushing the ambush on the caravan.
Okay.
But if you have another idea, that's
all fine. But it's more of like, what are they going to do? Jump out in front of it? Like they go down another street? Like, you know what I mean?
I get where she's coming from with that.
I don't know. I don't know how to manipulate the lamp.
How are they?
Yeah, they
we
can't
could block
chase
it off
them.
as well.
They have to
If we
stop
block
them.
We could block it off
leave.
behind them.
So you want to block off the caravan after it's been ambushed?
Yes.
I don't think caravans have reverse.
It could just be a driver in the, someone driving the carriage.
Where's Louise? Does she know if goats go in reverse?
Of course
Can you just like downshift the goat and put it in reverse?
Yep.
Is that a thing we can do?
You can drive animals forward and backwards.
You can drive them with the steering
yes,
wheel?
you can.
Okay, so now we're talking about a person
That was
riding a goat.
Reigns.
That was Reigns.
No, we're not talking about me riding goats.
I got it.
Goats are off
I
the
got
table.
it. I haven't, but I got it now. Oh man. Yeah. How would we do that?
Dump a cart in one street. Dump boxes, like empty boxes from a warehouse in another.
Just take out the drivers.
Take out the drivers. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, somebody else could jump on and grab the reins, but
We could become the drivers.
Well, that's what we have to do anyway, right?
Yeah.
Are we
just
doing
steal
any
the caravan.
fighting, or are we just letting this happen?
I mean, we'll do fighting if we have to, but the goal was to let it happen.
I'd assist. I think I'd assist.
Because we could have.
I think
could
someone
get
needs
some-
to oversee it.
I can get some ladies in a carriage, and we broke down. Oh no.
Yeah, there you go. Boom. There's your broke down caravan. So we
They
just
could
have
choose to ignore us, but then we could at least fight.
Yeah. Yep.
We'll get a couple rooks and some dresses.
Yeah. So how do we want? So would that be like a sway roll to convince your ladies to
command.
broke down caravan?
I'd be with them. I'll command them.
Well, we don't have. They're not an actual.
Okay.
Cohort.
Okay. Sway.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Is that correct, Johnny?
They're not an actual cohort? Who?
So the ladies of the night.
No, they're not actual cohorts.
So you wouldn't be able to command. You'd have to sway them.
Yep.
So yeah, there you go. We'll make
That's
we'll
why
get a lady of the night caravan and make sure it crashes along the route right where we know the best ambush spot is.
Or just have a broken down carriage already there.
Yeah. Yep.
What happened? The wheel fell off.
broken axle.
Do you even have to have the ladies there? I'm curious.
I thought you said
Or
broken
just-
asshole. Oh my god. I'm sorry.
It crashed in a.
My internet was really bad and it cut out for a second. Everyone else got robot-y, and I heard broken asshole.
Robot.
Axle.
Robot.
Axle.
Robotic.
Broken asshole.
What was the question about something?
You know what? I'm just waiting for you guys
Do
to
the
tell.
girls even have to be there? It doesn't have to be a lot of them, like 2 or 3 girls, just so it doesn't look strange.
Okay.
I mean, we could have disguise kits so it is the rooks. I just
Do I
find
roll
that
a sway? I'm just trying to make this go as smoothly as possible.
Why don't you? Okay, so let's take a step back for a second. You guys are you doing this? You're doing this specifically to control the possible location that the the red sashes are going to attack. Correct?
Mhm.
Is that why you're putting this cart in the way of them?
It doesn't have to be in the way. It could be in a side street so that they can't get out from behind. Like, if the street's here, and let's say they're attacking in front here, the carriage could be like an alley back here. So if they decide to back up, there's people, you can do something about it.
Right, but okay. Okay, so
Never mind.
there's a lot of uncontrollable factors that I'm hearing in this particular set of circumstances. You've got the red sashes who are going to basically do the grunt work for you. You hope because of the information that you've leaked, right? So they are going to show up and attack this caravan. You are going to take preemptive action and prevent the caravan from having an escape route behind it. Then, That's correct.
I could even do it so the girls don't know. I'll just tell them they're going to work somewhere, and just tell the driver to stall them. Maybe pay someone to stall them.
Okay, so how about this? Let me make a suggestion here. Rather than try to preemptively plan for this, if something happens where they're going to try to escape and they're going to go back, this is the perfect opportunity to use flashback as an action.
Okay, I'll do that.
Because that way you don't unintentionally try, or you jump right, you get closer to the action quicker. You don't have to make a roll. It's not dependent on, and if it fails now, then it's got to be factored into the story.
Okay.
If something happens, then you can react to it using a flashback.
Okay, sounds good.
Okay, cool. All right, so going back to, you now have the information about where the attack is going to, where it's more than likely going to be if the red sashes actually take the bait. What else do you want to do?
I think that's it for me. And Nix.
Yeah, Nix has done everything he can think of right now.
Okay, is that good for Chimes and Bowerstone as well?
I don't even know what's
Or
happening.
Is the bottom going to make an appearance?
Lisa, that's the best response. I don't even know what's going on today.
Well, no one told me like, hey, we're doing this there.
That's
so
true.
I'm
That's true.
I'm just off learning.
Yeah,
We
I'm
didn't actually tell
fine
you
with,
shit.
fine with it all. Just Reymond as a character, I think, wants to be there. I think someone that is part of the Shroud needs to make sure it all goes smoothly.
Okay.
From on high.
I'm probably just
I mean,
prepping Nye.
It doesn't even have to be on high. I could go as the driver.
Well, the drivers are all members of.
For the-
They're guards.
They're all guards.
For OCs,
Oh,
That's
okay.
not a thing
Yeah,
anymore.
isn't it? Okay.
Until it's a flashback, and then I'll work you
Yeah.
into it.
That's the thing. Yeah. So if let's flashback and see what happens.
Only if
Yeah,
shit
you
goes
can make him.
sideways.
You can make him part of the flashback if
Yeah.
if you do the flashback.
Hello.
Yeah, Nix would. Lisa, I'm sorry. Nix totally would tell you, because I assume we met somewhere. We all met back up at Eden or something. But he would tell you what the plan is because you've been off studying books and talking to demons for the last day or so. I completely forgot that you weren't with us last session.
Yeah, I kind of assumed because we were all there for
Yeah,
a little period.
Yeah, so he absolutely would have told you at some point what the plan was. Yeah, he would have given you the rundown of what happened with the Lamp Blacks. And he would have taken particular care to tell you about a natural, I guess, a supernatural phenomenon that happens in Crowsfoot. At a certain time of night, there are bells that ring on the river, and spirits rise from the depths of the water and just sort of hang out. That's all we saw was them hang out. And they said it was super dangerous to be out there. And we said, okay. And we weren't out there.
Cool.
But yeah, he knows you think that shit's interesting. So he would absolutely tell you about that weird thing that happened.
Okay.
I think that was the only whispery relevant thing. But yeah, he would fill you in on the rest of what happened. That the Lamp Blacks are interested in our proposition. They do like the Foghounds and would like it if possible if we could help them, but it's no love lost if we cannot. We talked to the Hive. They also like our proposition. They don't necessarily want to run Crowsfoot, but they want to run the people who run Crowsfoot. And I said, we can probably make that happen too, with your assistance.
Right.
Cool.
And my latest ability is Tempest, so
Oh, cool.
I can help
Sweet.
with escape route or with hurting cats.
Sweet. Johnny, it's been 3 weeks, so refresh my memory, please. We know the route. We know that the Foghounds wanted the caravan. Is that correct? They wanted the bits and pieces inside?
They wanted to take the caravan as a score.
Enjoy your
Okay.
stay.
They saw it as a desperate last measure, according to Margette.
Okay, did we have a meeting place? I can't remember.
Did you have
And
a
I
meeting
want- and
place
I
for
want it-
what specifically?
For the Foghounds, to like make this transfer with the Foghounds.
No, you did not take any steps to make a plan.
Okay.
Remember, what she specifically said was that she would that there was this opportunity that she was aware of. You had the opportunity to take it for her because, or you agreed to take it for them because she had mentioned North Hook Company by implication. And you didn't really get any other details out of her other than that.
Okay.
So it might be worth having that conversation with her as a part of your free play, or you can jump right into it and then deal with it later.
So my question for the group would be, our newest level up got us... Nope, that's my page. It got us something cool. It got us underground maps and passkeys. We have the underground maps of like the sewer system, basements, etc. Now, is it likely that you guys would have known that there... I mean, everyone knows there's underground networks. Would it be likely that you guys would have somehow connected underground Eden to the Power Bottom Cave?
No, intentionally not.
Okay.
Mm.
Is the
There
Power
is
Bottom
an
Cave-
underground way to get in there, which I will not say on stream.
Okay, so there is an underground way. So like
Yep.
let's say we stop the caravan, and instead of taking the caravan, we offload the goods into this underground network.
Absolutely. You just
and then-
throw it. So what? I forgot about that.
Okay.
So I was thinking maybe I disguise myself because of the effect after if you throw your disguise off is very good. So I'll probably disguise myself and maybe Nye and I just wait near along that route,
Mhm.
and
So what we can do is
and then I throw her body up and she helps me offload things and then she
Yeah.
goes there and then
so like you'll have like hand carts or something like that in the underground passages already, so we can offload the caravan.
Yep.
At the ambush site.
Mhm.
Okay. Cool. So
and then if I have to fight, I'm right there.
So does that make sense, Johnny? So we have underground maps and passkeys. So we're gonna take
Sure.
carts, have them underneath the ambush site, so we can ferry them back to the Power Bottom Cave. All right, cool.
Where are you getting that?
Not to the Power Bottom Cave, to
To Eden.
Eden.
Okay.
If you wanted to get it there, you have to put it in a cart after. They're not connected, is what I was saying.
Okay.
You're not coming into my private home. How dare you invite
Our
yourself?
Well, now we know where it is. What was your question, Johnny? How are we? What?
So, what was the assets that you were using that you just recently acquired? It was carts, right?
No, underground maps and passkeys. So
Underground
we
maps and passkeys. Where are you getting the carts from?
Is our hand carts difficult to get? They're not carriages, so I wasn't sure how difficult they are to get. Like wheelbarrows.
They're not very hard to get, but you're talking about a shipment that's probably quite large. I mean, it is Leviathan blood after all.
That's true.
4 cartfuls, right?
4 carriagefuls. Yeah.
Carriagefuls.
Yeah.
Would there be a grate near water where we could you know what I mean?
You know
I
what?
just purchased a warehouse.
He did.
That's true. You did purchase a warehouse in Crowsfoot.
Mhm.
And I will give you this. There is some short. I mean, it's not a far distance between the two locations, because he did buy it in Crowsfoot territory, and the caravan is moving through Crowsfoot territory.
That could
Is
be
it-
temporary.
Is
until
it
we
sorry,
figure out-
Crowsfoot
plausible?
territory.
Is it plausible that there is underground passage from there, from A to B?
Remember, we talked about there being a bunch of underground, essentially caverns.
Yeah,
all
sewers,
throughout.
access roads,
Yeah, so
caverns.
yes.
Okay.
Are they
Absolutely.
big enough? Are they big enough to like float the score?
No, they're not. So they're not canals. That's under the docks. Under Crowsfoot, they would be essentially dug out tunnels, for lack of a better word.
So yeah, I guess with this plan, Nyx would look to fucking children. Nyx would look to Violette and say, "My dear, your cousin is a smuggler, yes, or her mother is at least.
Rumor has it.
Would we be able to assume that their boat is not their only asset? Would they have hand carts or some manner of a rail cart or something that we can use to carry this?
I've no idea.
Can we find out?
Let's do.
Can you do a flashback to having asked?
Well, this is
then
not
we
a
can have them in
flashback.
time.
Yeah,
God damn it.
and those
Yeah.
can only happen during the score.
God damn it.
Well, no flashback. Well, so in this particular case, if you want to plan that out prior to, I think the flashback makes sense a little bit in this particular case. But you can. I mean, that also was a research kind of a question. So I think that you could ask that question and then get the appropriate answer to. But it also sounds like if you want to include the Foghounds, which I know privately. There had been a conversation off stream where you talked about not wanting the Foghounds to have any type of involvement in this, so that there was no indication that they had actually succeeded in attempting to that there was no blame that could be pushed back on them, right? So, does that make sense?
Yes.
I don't know if I'm making sense right now.
That makes sense.
Okay.
I say we get it to the warehouse and then worry about it.
Okay.
Maybe we could do a flashback to like we had people waiting, or whatever we want to do. We'll figure it out as we go.
Okay.
I think that makes more sense.
Yeah.
So we can start this shindig.
Yeah. So I think we're done.
I think we're ready.
Okay.
Unless anyone else has any other things.
Again, this is the appropriate time to do any more research, ask any more questions of your assets or your contacts, without it having a stress cost.
Okay, I know it sounds stupid, but we are 100% certain the Red Sash is going to attack. Yeah.
Yeah, I can. You know what? Good. I literally had that same thought as you had it. So I'm gonna talk to my asset in the Red Sashes and find that out. That they are in fact planning to attack this caravan.
I feel like we're going to have a phantom moment. All this prep, and then we find
And then
out
it's
oh, no, it's
fucking
not actually
nothing
happening.
happens. They find out that it's a different boat entirely.
It's actually just a cart of goats.
Mm.
There's people pulling the carts, and there's goats inside.
Yeah, it's goat blood, not Leviathan blood.
It is a Trojan goat.
Yeah.
Cover
And it
your
was-
ears.
So to be clear, it was the asset, just so that I can refresh my memory yet again for this. It was the asset who delivered the information about the
Yes. Under
okay.
the express guise that said, I literally told him, don't. I think last session I told him, don't take. Here's all the information. Break it up into pieces to make it sound like you found this out, and that you're not coming to them with a full plan because you're still a fucking peon. To make it less suspicious that you're coming to them with all this good intel.
All right, so I am going to make this a fortune roll.
Okay.
To determine this, and the initial fortune roll is 1d6 for luck. You're going to get an additional d6 because the asset delivered the information, and because the asset who is now a cohort, who is now an expert for you, is now a part of that. So that's going to be an additional d6. And there's also a ton of planning that's gone around this, so I'm going to add another D for that. Is there anything that could be a disadvantage for you guys?
No, I have another advantage though. When you use a consort, so this is a fortune roll. Sorry, never mind. Disregard.
Okay.
This is the only when I'm doing it.
Right. So is there anything that you guys can think of that might introduce a negative into this situation? Is
No. Really? We're just checking. It was
Nothing
already
cool.
established, so we're just kind of like, hey,
Yeah,
you're still
I
good
mean-
for Friday?
I mean, it depends on what
Yeah.
he told them. So, like, if he overshared or undershared, that could be a negative. But we have no way to know that.
Okay. All right. Well, then with that, we're going to roll 3d6.
Ooh,
Jesus.
Ooh.
suck it, bitches!
Not only are they going to take the bait, but they are going to throw the full force of what they can throw, their assets, essentially all of their minions and assets. They're going to throw at it in order to.
Oh, this is going to be a full-fledged attack.
Yes, this
This
is
is a whole shipment of Leviathan blood.
This is your cohort coming back to you and basically conveying to you that they loved the idea. Their eyes got super big, and they're throwing everything they have at it.
Okay.
Did I
Oh,
ride
no.
a battle goat into battle?
Oh, for goodness sake. Get out.
Yes, you could if you really wanted to, but you'll make.
Nye is
Oh.
in the battle goat, and we're riding.
Nix would have also told Violette that someone told on us. Someone went to the Northwood Company and told them that there's going to be an attack, and they doubled their security force from 20 to 40 of Marines. So
Okay.
Yeah.
Would you like, when the second real attack attacks the attack,
Yep.
right?
Yep.
Stage 2.
Yep.
Stage 2.
Well-
When stage 2 happens,
Yep.
and we know, and I see the direction where you guys are taking the shipment and absconding with it. Do you want me to lay down some weather?
Yeah. To help us get the fuck out of there.
Lay down a lightning storm to stop like hail or
Yeah.
Even some fog, like we would make the escape.
would you like a lightning storm or would you like fog?
Full.
They're gonna be how?
I expect it from everyone else,
I
but
don't know.
not from.
I'll leave that up to you guys. Weather
Well,
is not
Eddie Izzard, not you.
We can do
Yeah,
that when we go. Yeah.
weather is not Nix's forte. Turns out. Except for on the ocean.
All right.
You're afraid to get wet.
Okay,
Are you afraid to get your deek wet?
Yeah, he would.
Good
Nix,
night, bugs.
It's sour, but you pricked it up.
so Nix would make sure to
Just
tell the
smell
Lampblacks that as well, Johnny.
That's ever seen.
That there's a storm coming.
No, that they are. Well, yeah, I guess so. In as cryptic a way as that, there's a
Is
storm
winter
coming.
Winter's
But
coming.
also that
Yeah.
the Red Sashes are throwing their entire force at this.
So they bring more people.
All right.
Yeah,
Fair enough.
That seems like important intel.
Okay, so this is the start of the score. So why don't we go ahead and go into the details? There are a couple of things that I want to talk about because there are a couple of moving parts to this particular score.
Yeah.
Given that the Red Sashes are going to be involved and that they are essentially an NPC faction that's going to be throwing the weight of this weight of their forces at it, the result of that is going to be determined by a fortune roll.
Okay.
So
So how well the Red Sashes do?
how well the Red Sashes do. It is going to be separate from your engagement roll in that your engagement roll basically determines your position in the circumstances of the score being or the attack on the caravan and everything else, whether you guys are seen or unseen. But the actual event of the Red Sashes attacking the caravan, taking on the Marines on the North Hook, essentially will be determined by a fortune roll.
Okay.
The success or failure of the Lampblacks' involvement will also be determined by
Okay.
a fortune roll. Now, I have one final question for you before we get started into the planning phase or the discussion of the engagement role for the score. Where is the Hive's involvement? They're watching. Was there any other aspect of their involvement that you wanted to include in this particular circumstance? Because you had said, listen, we're going to do all of this and we want you to just kind of keep an eye on it. But I want to make sure that because I'm looking to find out if there's a reason I should roll a fortune roll specifically for them.
No, I don't think there was any engagement in the actual score with them. It was more after the fact.
Yeah.
Okay.
They're the ones that need to buy the shit so we can give money to the Foghounds. The Foghounds can get back on their feet. That's kind of their role. They're the merchants. They're to be merchants.
Okay. All right. Great. Just wanted to clarify and confirm that. Last question. Foghounds. You are keeping them in the dark about everything that's going on here, correct?
Yeah, they were told expressly, be as mundane as possible. There are bluecoats watching you. Act like you know nothing.
Okay. Excellent. Great. Perfect. Now, what type of a plan are you going to go with on this?
I would assume transport.
So carry cargo or people through danger. Now that assumes that you actually get the cargo at this point.
Right.
That both the Lampblacks and the Red Sashes succeed in taking the transport,
Right.
and then the Lampblacks. Okay.
So it's a two-pronged thing. If they succeed, if the plan goes as planned, then it's a transport. If the plan doesn't go as planned and we have to jump in, then it becomes an assault. I don't know how that works mechanically for a score.
Could we do two? Could we do? Is it two-prong assault?
Well, so there's all really the plan. All the plan determines is the initial approach that you guys are going to take to this, right?
Right.
So to me, this sounds like it's almost more of an assault.
Okay.
Because you've got the Lamplacks coming in, or you've got the Red Sashes coming in. You are basically supporting whatever the Lamplacks do at this point. You're going to stand back and just kind of play point and kind of help them, direct them. But if something goes wrong, you're going to get involved. So there's going to be a point of attack, right?
Okay.
And you guys have really talked about a lot of that already. You've done some work towards that. The other thing that I'm thinking, and while it could be transport, that can also fall into, just the meat of the score itself.
Sure. This
could be a deception thing. If there's at any point you are deceiving, which you already have done with the Red Sashes, that could be considered the method of deception. And then it's really just a matter of you're just kind of sitting back and waiting for things to kind of unravel. But I mean, both of those kind of make sense from a planning standpoint. I just want to be clear about the approach to this, because in this particular case, I'm going to factor into the actual engagement role,
right?
As the traits that are going to affect it. Because if it's transport, then I'm going to expect you guys to just basically hang back completely, and that would have a negative impact. That would be a negative trait in the engagement role.
Okay.
Oh wow.
So did we want to jump in there and fight with these guys, or do we want to hang back and kind of let things go and clean up afterwards?
No, I want to kill someone. I mean, I want to participate.
Okay.
OC is waiting with Nye, waiting to just plant the body and help as needed. If there's an issue, she'll help. Otherwise, she's just going to kind of hang out and watch.
Yeah, me too. I'm going to hang out with them and see if we need to help. And then at the end, I'm going to lay down weather cover.
Okay. So
That's I don't know how long that takes. So however long that takes me to prep, I'll be doing that someplace surreptitious.
Assault. So you guys don't have to jump into the fight initially. You have maneuvered all of these pieces into place.
Yeah.
As a shadow crew would do, right? All this is determining is at this point is the traits, the positive or negative traits that are going to factor into the engagement role at this point. So whether you choose to do any of these, it will have an impact. To me, it seems like deception or assault are the strongest ones. You could argue for stealth, right? Just kind of remain in the shadows until everything else has happened.
So, Johnny, go to page 149 in the PDF and look at linked plans number 2.
Sure.
So this reads, for everyone else not on the page, it sets up a diversion and an attack. The diversion is its own plan, engagement, and operation, whose outcome creates opportunity for future plans. And then it goes on to explain more and more. So the assault is its own score in that we successfully killed the Red Sashes and did what we wanted to do there, setting up us for a future score being stealing the ship. Is that a thing? Could we split this into 2 scores?
That's what I was saying.
Yeah, I know. I was looking for the rules. I knew there was rules.
I say it. Fuck me, right?
I had to find the mechanics to back you up.
It's a great idea I made.
I had to find the mechanics to back you up. Johnny, let it be known that Lauren came up with that plan.
Sons of
for the record, for your notes.
Let it be known it was 2-prong.
Fuck this. OC is staying in her establishment getting drunk. Fuck you guys.
So would that work?
Sure. We'll call it. We'll call these 2 separate scores.
We just have twice the chance to fuck up.
Mm-hmm.
I think you mean.
Which means that if you look at the result,
positivity.
Hold on a second, guys. Hold on. If you go in for the linked plan, realize that when you accomplish the first score and you are done, you're going to go immediately into downtime and to all those post actions. So if you decide to the first one is assault or whatever, right? You take it all, you do all of that, you acquire it, and you move into the second score. You're still going to have to go through downtime according to the rules. In this case, you go into you go through all the plan or whatever, the linked plan.
Yep.
You go into downtime after the first part of the plan as normal.
It's going to sound so funny because immediately after we finish the first one, we go straight into the second one. It's like, guys, 10-minute break. I got something to do.
So then in that case, to complicate things even more, if you look at number 1 under linked plans, it says the opposite. So there's two options for like plans. It would be the assault would be a setup action, and that would be like using the
maneuver.
teamwork. It would be using like the teamwork skill for setup.
So, but all right. Again, you know that this is happening. The setup is the red sashes and the lampblacks are going to get into conflict.
Right.
Okay.
The setup is the assault.
And then so the setup is that particular action, and then the actual score itself is going to be transport.
Yeah.
Okay. Fair enough.
If you
I'm
look,
okay with it.
If you look under teamwork setup, it says when you perform a setup action, you have an indirect effect on the obstacle. If your action has its intended results, any member of the team who follows through on your maneuver gets +1 effect level or improved position on their roll.
I'm okay with that.
Cool.
I'm okay with that.
So we'll do that.
So the engagement roll will determine the result of the setup maneuver.
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
Also, keep in mind I have +1 DIC on the engagement roll for the operation of which I gathered intel. So this engagement roll you're making right now is +1 dice for us.
Okay. All right. So we're going to start off with the typical first, 1d6 for luck.
Mm-hmm.
You're going to get an additional d6 specifically for that engagement roll.
Yep.
Benefit that you get. So it's 2d6. What else, guys?
1d6 for the, 1 die for the red sashes actually following through better than we planned.
Okay, fair enough.
What about for a backup plan?
What's our backup plan?
To come in from behind them.
Oh, right. The
We're
escape,
waiting underground to
yeah.
stop the cart if we have to,
Right.
if it goes off track.
Okay, so that sounds like that's 1d6 for luck, 1d6 for Nyx's benefit,
Yep.
1d6 for the fact that the red sashes are overcommitting, 1d6 for your backup plan that's going on below. Where you're basically trying to, you're anticipating all the circumstances. So you've got an incredibly detailed plan.
And 1d6 for having found hideouts and places for the lampblacks to properly plan their ambush on the ambush.
That's gonna fold into the detailed plan.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's
So
4d6.
Sure.
So I'm gonna add a negative trait and remove 1d6 for the complicated nature of Northrop Company. Their mercenaries,
Mhm.
the red sashes, the lampblacks, going on in Crow's territory.
Yes.
So that, I could do multiple, but I'm only going to do one because I
Sure.
want you guys to actually succeed this roll. So I'm
Wait,
going to
you
call
want
this
us to
3d6.
3d6.
3d6. Yeah, because there's a lot going on here.
Ooh.
And a 5. All right.
Mhm.
Oh, it hasn't come through on mine yet. Oh, God. Panic.
The suspense is
Panic.
going away.
Oh, my roll
Roll
20
20.
crashed. My roll 20 crashed. That's why. Fucking roll 20.
Aw.
4, 5,
Garbage.
and a 1.
There were
Garbage
3
roll
ones.
20. 3 ones? No. That's the worst roll. All right, we're back in black. All right, cool.
All right. So instead of a setup maneuver being related to any particular action, as we determined, because you've done so much setup with this in respects to getting the red sashes and the lampblacks involved, those are going to be determined by fortune rolls. Everybody's okay with that, right?
Yeah.
For this setup maneuver. Okay, great. So position of where you guys are set up. You
I
are
am
all
a-
underground at this point?
Nye and I are Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, just waiting for our pizza.
Okay. And where is Bowerbaum?
He's going to be in a dark alleyway.
Kind of watching the events unfold?
Yep.
Okay. Where is Chimes going to be?
I'd like to be in an alley or on a second floor somewhere
Okay.
that I can overlook
Okay.
where people are going to be going from.
Okay. So basically just having the ability to kind of survey the location.
Yeah. So
All
I
right,
know
and
so I
where's-
know where to cut off weather and let people get away.
Okay. And where's Nyx?
Nyx is going to be similar to Bowerbaum, hidden in an alley with line of sight on this the ambush.
This is my alley. Get your own.
He's in a different alley. It makes you feel better.
No, you walk up and he's just in a garbage can.
Yeah.
Fuck, dude.
All right. So you are all situated in a way that you can. Wait, one final question. OC, how are you aware of what's going on up above you?
I can't hear when it passes. I would just like go as it's passing above me. I assume they're not ramming speed with all this cargo.
No. They're going to be moving. They're going to be moving quite slow. I'm just trying to. I'm trying to understand how you're paying attention, how you're being situationally aware, essentially.
Well, we would know a specific spot they would start going, so we would sit there under one of the not manholes, but you know what I mean, that type of thing. Hear them go to the next one quickly, wait for them, and if we don't hear it for pacing, how long it would take to them to if they stop.
Okay.
Like
And listen.
rates or something.
All right, excellent.
Because we have a general spot that we have planned. We would have looked at maps and we know where generally it's going to happen. So we want to pop up behind them. So we'll wait behind and listen.
Okay,
Listening
great.
to those keywords.
Does that
when
make
it
sense?
was like,
Yes,
my
absolutely.
ass, I'm being shot. That's when we go up.
Okay, so the caravan begins to make its way from the docks to the through into Crow's Foot on the bridge that I'm pinging right now on the map. If you're looking at the map, you guys should all be on the map now.
Yep.
And they're beginning to make their way across, and there is a squad of essentially mercs standing at the front of the caravan, and it is about 10 individuals, all equipped with different types of weapons, but they're all melee weapons for the most part, and they are just kind of really paying attention and kind of watching what's going on. What you notice as this caravan kind of moves in your general direction, and the appropriate place for you guys to make your attack is actually right here. That's where it's going to be, almost to the Char Hollow Bridge, right? Which is just in Crow's territory, but in perfect position for the Lampblacks to be able to kind of jump in from their territory and be able to make their move. The Crows really have appeared to ignore this, which gives you a little bit of pause when you think about it. So as the caravan is just making its way through Crow's Foot and approaching your position, you notice the initial column of 10 moving forward in front of the caravan. On the first cart, laden with the Leviathan parts, essentially in the crates, that the goat is struggling to pull it. It's incredibly heavy with this particular cart. The goat moves past your field of view, and you see that there is a driver in the left seat, and there is someone with quite a fancy looking rifle, which you take to be a merchant, or not a merchant, another mercenary. And they clearly are kind of scanning and kind of looking around and looking up at the tops of buildings and looking at the different locations. With all of that, you also notice slowly, just as the driver and the first rifleman merc pass, from your perspective, you see individuals walking alongside. When you get a good look at the caravan as it's beginning to move past you, you realize that they're spaced out, 5 to 10 paces, depending upon, but they're flanking the cart, and there are two essentially on each side of each cart. And they kind of move past, and the second cart kind of comes by, and you get a sense that this is essentially the way that they're working is that there is a one rifleman on the cart, and that there are two mercs on each side, both carrying melee weapons of some kind. And based on a little bit of surveillance, you realize that the caravan then ends after 4 carts with another squad of essentially 10 mercs. Now, there's a little bit of cat calling and whistling and other kinds of unnatural sounds kind of going off in the distance, and this is where the Red Sashes begin to make their attack as they're kind of moving through this particular location. You called it correctly. This is the appropriate place to make the attack for the Red Sashes. Now, fortune roll to determine what happens. what is beyond the 1d that they get for luck? Are there any positive traits that you think the red sashes get when making this fortune?
Numbers?
Yeah, numbers.
Okay.
Element of surprise.
Surprise.
So numbers and element of surprise.
Well, do they have the element of surprise? Because the Northfolk was told they were going to be under attack. That's why they have extra bodies.
Okay.
Yeah, but it's the
That's
perfect.
true.
Okay, maybe location then. Like having.
It's not the Red Sash's territory, so they're in Unfin. Well, not
Well, I
saying
mostly
Unfin-
meant like the best spot to.
Oh, yeah. I know, because they're the Red Sashes, and we need this to work.
There's that too.
Oh.
I mean, you could say that's a positive trait. Okay, so let me make sure I understand this. 1d for luck. 1d for the fact that they're throwing everything that they got at this, which I agree with. 1d for position or the location of the thing, which I agree with. However, because it's the most optimal position. However, it is in it is in Crow's territory, which is connected to the Lamplacks, which is going to remove that benefit. So now it's back to 2. The fact that you need it to desperately work, I'm going to throw in there because it's a 386.
Okay.
What about us having them as backup?
Having Lamplacks as backup or Red Sashes?
Well, they think
backup?
we're backup.
The red sashes don't think
Red
we're anything.
sashes.
They don't
No,
think
no,
we're
Red
anything.
Sashes
They don't think we're there.
They have no idea that we're here.
Okay, then never mind.
Yeah.
I forgot about that part.
The only other one, and
Oh,
it's a real
that's right.
stretch, is that the red sashes are hungry as fuck for this, because this could tip the scales in their favor and put them over the power of the crows. Because right now, as far as Nyx's intel goes, they're getting pretty close to the crows' power. The crows
Yeah,
still
it could
being
be a
the
turf
ones
attack
in
for them.
control.
Desperate. Yeah.
So
Well,
they
they're
are
already throwing
desperate.
everything they've got, though.
That's
They
true.
are
That
throwing
could be the same thing. Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
So then 3.
All right, so 3d6. Oh, okay. They did reasonably well. So immediately you hear a bunch of Arubian calls, animal calls, kind of coming from different directions, and the first shot goes off as it's basically past your position. As it's the first cart on the caravan is taking the first rifleman on that caravan is taking a shot, but you begin to hear clashes almost immediately, and with the circumstances, the clashes between the mercs and the red sashes takes a prolonged amount of time because both sides are incredibly skilled at their weapons. And for a time, you're kind of watching the initial exchange, right? The element of surprise happens, they go, and then the circumstances begins to shift because the skill is matched and equal, and so there's a fair bit of fighting, and there's a lot of back and forth. None of the fights last longer than 5 or 10 seconds between each, but it feels like a prolonged amount of time because they are such skilled warriors on both sides. However, the red sashes are throwing numbers, and they are throwing their almost desperate desire to take this particular score, and eventually they begin to win out as they kind of move through the caravan and start to eliminate all of the mercs that they can get to, and a couple begin to kind of dash off and run away, and the red sashes are attempting to pursue them. At the same time that all of this conflict is happening, and you begin to see the different individuals begin to go down, like the different whether it's the mercs or the red sashes, you begin to hear the distant sounds of the crows cawing off in the distance. But it is not just one or two; it is a cacophony of crows.
To be fair, you're the Deathseeker crows, right? Not the people.
Yes, the Deathseeker crows.
I just wanted to
I
make
was
sure.
like, oh fuck.
I was like, shit, I didn't plan for a third faction.
You hear the sound of the Deathseeker crows in the
Okay.
distance.
Flashback.
Right.
Right.
Right. So you hear all that actually happening. You hear the cacophony of noise happening. When it looks like the majority of the red sashes have taken out the majority of the mercs, they begin to start mulling around and starting to look at and starting making preparations for the for taking the cargo and kind of moving it towards their territory. When that happens, the Lampblacks attack. This is the second fortune roll. So, what happens? So, what traits do you want to extend, or do you think make a difference to the Lampblacks themselves? They get 1d for sheer luck.
Yep. They have superior cover and hiding spots.
Okay, that is correct. So that's two. That's the second. That's the first of the. So that's 2d6.
The other one would be surprise would be could be one. I mean, that could be the same thing.
It's a double ruse.
What about how many people are already dead from
that
the Red
was
Sashes?
going to be my question. Yeah.
Their numbers are not dwindling, but half of them or a third at least are dead if they're that good.
Yeah,
matched.
dead in confusion.
So the confusion and the death.
And we told them to prepare for extra people.
Yeah,
the reduced numbers.
And they're not expecting an ambush. I guess that's a surprise still.
Yeah,
because they're milling about looking through the caravans now. They're not expecting someone to come shoot them in the back.
Yeah.
Okay.
Surprise.
So the detailed plan and the positioning and the surprise. Okay, so it sounds like there's 46 going on
Sweet.
here. I am going to remove one because of the Deathseeker Crows.
Right.
All right. So this is going to be a 3d6 roll.
Come on.
The Lampblacks are.
Is there, and I don't know, is there something that Violet can do to flash back and stop or slow or something the Deathseeker Crows? Is that a thing?
I don't know. Is it a thing? What do you guys think?
She also needs to.
Well, they're not there yet. I was gonna hail. Once I start laying down whether I was gonna hail it, hail and lightning.
Take that, birds.
It's very, very frightening.
Exactly, Galileo.
All right, cool.
Project Galileo.
I can dig that.
So what's going on?
So nothing. Four dice.
So 4 dice. Remove 1 for the Death Seekers.
Yep. Call it 3, and
so we're gonna call it 3d6, and we're gonna roll.
Holy dick!
Oh yes. I'm sweaty. It's not because it's only hot in my basement.
Okay, so.
You ruined the moment. It was fantastic that you put that comment in there.
Sweaty.
It was fantastic.
Listen, sweaty nerd.
All right, so Red Sashes are beginning to move into position to start to move the caravan. They're starting to move the bodies aside, to kind of to clean things up. Fallen cohorts or friends, fallen soldiers, a part of the Red Sashes, have all been kind of moved off to the side there, but they're leaving them behind. The circumstances present themselves that the majority of the Red Sashes that are left are in a position where they are working and they're not expecting an attack. Immediately after they begin to move the caravan, the Lampblacks all kind of just jump in, and there is a second bloody conflict. And the Lampblacks, again, throw everything that they have at what the Red Sashes sent their direction. It is an incredibly bloody conflict, but because of the attack, it was so prolonged between the Mercs working for the North Hook Company and the Red Sashes that all of the Red Sashes are incredibly tired and they are not fighting to their optimal. And the Lampblacks are able to take complete advantage of this circumstance. And so more begin to fall quickly. Some of them put up really great fights, and the Lampblacks do suffer some losses. But for the most part, the majority of them survive and either send the Red Sashes running or kill them. Those bodies fall. The Lampblacks begin to kind of clean up the last bits of it. And you hear more Deathseeker Crows. And you can hear the Deathseeker Crows are beginning to circle around the district. You can actually hear that they're close, a lot closer. So the Lampblacks begin to sort of clean up and do their thing. All that they're moving the bodies aside, kind of pushing things off. They are taking very specific care to put their fallen comrades in a very particular way, in a very particular place, off to the side. Removing personal items, but otherwise they begin to move towards the caravan and start to prepare to move it. And they're patiently, there's one of them that is patiently looking for you. What are you guys doing now?
Shit. Nyx would come out of hiding after this is successful, and look to whoever's looking for us. Is it one of those two? One of the two men we met before?
Absolutely.
Is it the skinny guy with glasses?
Absolutely.
Sure. I think I wrote his name down, but
Isn't
let's
it
say...
Pickett?
Timoth?
No, Timoth was the guy from the Hive.
The other guy.
Monopoly guy?
Monopoly guy, yeah. with
Monopoly
his
guy.
thing. Yeah, he would look to him and say, "My good man, that couldn't have happened better than we had planned. I would suggest taking your men, your dead ones, and leaving. As you can hear, the crows. Whatever help you can provide us, we're going to stash this in a warehouse that we own here in Crow's Foot, and we will divvy this up."
Telling them that maybe isn't a great idea.
It's too late now.
Yep.
You absolute dick.
Was that Dick or Deek?
Was that
You know what? I'm going to leave it up
hang
to
out on
the
your deck?
imagination.
Your deck?
What?
God damn it.
Leave it up to the imagination.
You're going to leave it up to the imagination. Okay. All right. So you all begin to.
So my question is, can 4 people pilot 4 or drive 4 caravans of horses? Do we all have that ability?
Caravans of horses?
Caravans
These are
of
being
goats,
pulled
I'm sorry.
These are being pulled by one goat apiece.
Okay.
So
it's going to be a very slow process.
Are 2 tall. They're 2 freaking tons.
But Nyx is a sailor, so he doesn't know how to ride a goat.
They're like
Does Bowerstone?
5-sail
Because he's a
goats.
rich guy. I'm sure he has a driver.
Because I'm rich, I ride goats now.
I mean, yes, everyone
Would
rides
you
goats.
ride a
OC
goat,
wasn't
or
always
would
rich.
you
You probably know
get
how.
on the seat of and ride them? You know, like direct
Drive them.
Sir,
Yeah.
I'm
Yeah.
inside
Thank
the
you. That's
carriage.
correct.
I have someone.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
driving
So
for me.
Bowerstone most likely wouldn't know how to ride a goat because he has a driver. Nyx is a sailor. Violet, do you know how to ride a goat? Because you're also a noble. Would that be
drive?
drive
She has a
goat?
farm.
I'm sorry.
But she knows.
Sure.
Okay.
I'm
And-
sure I can do that. Before I do that, or I guess I've got to do that.
Well, the reason I was
You'd
asking
probably do
is-
it behind us while you're driving.
The reason I was asking is because if Nyx doesn't think all of us know how to ride a goat or drive a goat or whatever, he would tell the Lamp Black because we need someone to pilot these carriages because he can't drive one and there's 4 of them. So he would have told the Lamp Blacks that they need to drive.
Are we then going to kill them? Because like, I don't want them knowing where the...
Can you erase
No.
their OC? Can you just erase
Nope.
their memory? No.
Nope. I can tell when people are lying.
Okay.
uh,
I would like to, while this is happening,
Mm-hmm.
I want to lay down some, once we decide which direction we're going, I want to lay down some weather. I want to lay down a hail, a lightning, rainstorm. But before I do that, I would like to, do I have time to take my lightning hooks and harvest do I need to flashback that? Harvest 2 souls and then get some of these souls into a spirit well or into the river.
Wait a minute. What are you trying to do with these spirits, though?
Cover our tracks. I want to take 2 with me for my own use if I have time.
Okay.
We need them, but I want to get the spirits into a spirit well or the bodies into the river so that the gondoliers can just do what they do.
Wait, which bodies? The 2
Whatever
bodies.
whatever
the 2
bodies are left.
There's a lot of bodies around.
of the red sashes.
And
not just the red
mercenaries.
sashes of the
And
mercs.
next arms. Yeah.
The
Right,
mercs,
and
mercs.
then there's some lamp blacks as well. You're talking probably here. Let me roll
They took the lamp black bodies.
here. Let's see. It's 4, another 4, another. Yeah, sure. Okay, so we're gonna call this 12d6 or 12d10. 12d10. There are 63 bodies lying around you right now. Most of them are mercs and red sashes. So
Okay.
you tell me if you're going to have time to be able to pull body or pull.
I do know that I need to make a roll and a tune roll for the storm, the tempest.
Okay. So let me be clear about what's going
So
on
maybe
here.
I
Joe,
have to
because
just leave them.
Well, hold on a second. There's a lot going on here in respect. I'm hearing different things. Are you guys engaging the lamp blacks to actually help you move the carts?
I guess we have to.
So. Well, one, they don't know.
Hoity-toity
to
people don't know
go.
how to drive carts.
I'm a pirate.
Yeah, you could drive a ship, but you can't steer a goat.
Yes.
I
Can you
break a
qualify
man's
what
arm
kind of
50
pirate you
different
are, actually?
No,
DVDs.
I won't.
Yeah, I guess we would take 2 people with us. The less, the better.
All right. So, right, but your relationship with the Lamplocks allow you to, or is such that they're, you are supporting them, they are supporting you. You have successfully accomplished something for them in attacking the Red Sashes. They're giving you help in, or they would be willing to give you help in moving the cargo. I need to know that that's what you're doing,
Yes.
so
Yes.
that we can move the plot forward. Okay.
Yes.
So that's beginning to happen. Arrangements are being made. Discussion is happening around where the actual position is going. Crows are coming in. They're getting a lot louder. Again, 63 bodies. Lots of crows are coming. Violet, you have said 2 or 3 things that you'd like to do. The first one was you wanted to grab a couple of spirits.
I guess we don't, since we're
Do
not.
you want to do that before or
No.
after you do the weather thing, the Tempest?
Let's forget it. We're not responsible for any of these killings, so it's not going to come back on us with the crows. So I'll forget it.
I'd
just want to do the
I'd
weather.
like you to take 1.
All right.
Specifically, very specifically, the inspector who knows everything that I've done as I kill him. So Nye is gonna come up and leave while I kill him with one of the weapons from the Red Sashes, and leave him next to a cart.
Okay.
And she
I'll
could
do
take
that.
the spirit because he knows a lot. He's seen everything. He's seen Eden. He's seen, he's been with us for days. Is that something we could do?
Yeah, I assume so.
Okay.
All right.
Cool. You get your spirit.
I will take my spirit hooks and hello, puppet.
All right, attune, please, so that we can figure out how that works.
Oh boy. It's gonna be fine.
It's gonna be made. Sorry.
Controlled, risky, winter time.
This is definitely going to be risky.
Risky?
You are welcome to use one of your positions to turn it down into controlled. I could argue though that it could be desperate given the fact that you are in alien territory. Not alien territory. You're in unfriendly territory, and you're also facing down the Deathseeker crows.
Okay.
So
Then I'll
why
use
don't we call it risky? And do you want to use one of your positions?
And can I help her? Can I protect her while she does this, since I just killed the inspector?
You can definitely offer an assist.
Okay, I'll take 2 stress and assist you.
Thank you. Do I make it controlled now, or is it back up?
Yes, it's going to be controlled.
Okay,
so it's gonna be
controlled. Effect standard. Limited. I just want the one. So
yeah, you're gonna call it limited, unless anybody's got any better option.
We have position dice.
Yeah, we have position dice. We have a shitload of them, and you have 2.
You have a ton of position dice.
Yeah,
I have
actually.
Saved
2.
them for the last episode.
I have 2 position dice I can use. I can use 1 more.
Okay, you're more than welcome to use one more and make it standard.
Standard.
Okay,
Okay.
And the assist. Yep.
and then the assist, which would be 1 additional die.
Just standing behind her, twirling my cane. 4.
Okay, so describe to me what it is like when Violet uses the lightning hook and takes the soul from the body. Like, what does it look like externally, and then what does it look like in the ghost field, or what does it look like when you attune to do it?
I think externally, it might look like I'm invisibly struggling with they're long, silver, ornate, kind of like knitting needles, but bigger, a little bit bigger than that. And it's gonna kind of look like I'm invisibly struggling with something like Peter Pan's shadow, like pulling something out of this guy that's gonna struggle. In the ghost field, it's gonna be much more elaborate of me taking these hooks and finding his spirit and I'm lifting it early, which I guess is why it's also harder. It's not really ready to come. It's not really ripe to come out easily. So I really have to wrestle it and grab it. It's like wrestling a white ghost, like hooking into a ghost that's going to shine kind of bright, and I've got to wrestle it out from that body. So
Okay.
It's probably not a benign thing. It's probably a little bit of a violent thing.
All right, excellent. So as you kind of wrestle the body and you bring it out, you move it in such a way so that it's in the perfect position for you to be able to just pull a bottle out, a spirit bottle out, and just kind of slap the soul into. And you close it, and you see in the ghost field the negative space, essentially, that is where the body once was, where the spirit once was. As everything else is kind of vibrant and has a little bit of life, this is incredible negative space. Hold on a second.
Let it out, Johnny. Let it all out.
Let it go.
Shut up, Bobby.
Out, demon.
As you're just kind of you're kind of doing this, you hear one of the Deathseeker crows just kind of, while there's all this cawing and just kind of this cacophony of noise, you hear an extra loud just squawk that you take as an indication that soul is now off the radar of that particular Deathseeker crow. And the body of Aldo is just kind of, or Inspector Aldo is just kind of there on the ground for you as you come out of the ghost field. Nye moves, I assume, into OC at this point.
I told her she could to come back to me when she's ready, because I've been asking a lot of her. We had a whole we had a girl chat. We were just talking while everyone was fighting.
Okay.
I'm letting her go do her own thing.
All right. I am going to roll a fortune roll to determine what happens next with her.
I'll never let go.
I will do that at the end of the score. That way we can resolve the circumstance of that situation.
Okay.
Okay. So Nye moves off to doing something else as a spirit, and you watch her presence leave Aldo and kind of move away as you're protecting Chimes in what she's doing, grabbing the body. And there's a long lingering look and a lot of uncomfortability, but it's the right thing to do. So you let her go. Through those circumstances, the caravan is now prepped and ready to go to move from the location to the warehouse. Can anybody describe to me anything that you want to make sure specifically doesn't happen or does not happen with the caravan? Are you removing anything in particular? Are these
marked caravans?
What do you mean by marked?
Are they marked like a North Hook company symbol? Are they marked with like?
Oh yeah.
Something?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah. Is this like painted on there?
Yes.
All right. I'm gonna use I'm gonna use a flashback and take 2 stress. And Nix would have brought some kind of paint with him.
Like spray paint or something, like the equivalent.
Like a bucket of paint to like slap over these symbols.
Paint or a banner sign of some other fake company.
Yeah.
Okay.
I could have brought plaques for my establishment. I'm assuming whatever they put on their carriages, you can literally just put it right over.
Changing the number.
So then,
plates.
it'll be like Johnny Dangerously.
That'll be easier.
Then if you want to do the flashback, you can do that.
I'll do the flashback and just grab signs.
Okay.
And nails and whatever else you need.
Okay. So so OC does the flashback and she's bringing
and fancy hats to put on the goats. Excuse me, it's not Hooker.
Orange jasmine.
Okay. So actually, given the circumstance, that's only going to be 1 stress and not 2, because the difficulty and the planning ahead of it. There's a little bit of a risk for you in the fact that you're putting your name on these particular carriages or carts.
She'll take them off as soon as they get there, but yeah.
Right.
And destroy them.
But you're still putting it. You're still the attack and the risk that goes into slapping it on. Somebody actually seeing them. What's happening?
Can I have something made?
Well, what about the antiques?
That's going to cost you 2 stress.
Okay, I'll take 2 stress and put something vague on it.
Okay. Fair enough.
Why not just
I'm
put
gonna
them
take
under my name?
2 stress and put.
Oh my God! Put 2 stress
yeah.
and put Donovan's on it.
Yep, I'm going to. Done. Because Nye would have told me to do that.
Because I would have told you where I dropped the body.
That's
And she's
evil.
going to say, you owe me.
Oh my god.
Because Nye's good at killing
That's-
people, and she likes, or Nyx is good at killing people, and she likes favors.
Oh no!
Oh my god.
What's that?
That's what I was
Phantom?
going to do.
Another
You
dick?
saw my face. I was like, or.
Wait, she
Okay.
tells Nyx that I owe her?
Yeah.
What?
She had a whole nother plan.
So Donovan's wholesale company is the information that you put on the side of these cards.
Oh
Yep.
my
Yep.
god.
Enough to cover all the symbols.
Because Nyx would have known exactly what the name is called, having dropped a corpse at their doorstep.
Yep.
Okay, fair enough.
Huh, that's a nice sign.
Is there any other precaution or steps that you take?
I turn on the
she'll-
weather.
She'll check the integrity of the carts, having grown up around them and having them for the establishments and everything. She'll just check to make sure they're not damaged or going to break down in the middle of, getting
Okay,
there.
they're definitely incredibly rickety, or not rickety. Sorry, they're incredibly strong and well maintained. I mean, they are Northhook, so this particular establishment has a reputation for the type of work that they do and the type of shipping that they do. While Leviathan blood and the transport of Leviathan parts is not typically on their repertoire because that's typically the area of Leviathan hunters, these carts are incredibly well set up to handle the weight of the Leviathan's parts. As you're kind of going through and kind of quickly checking as you begin to the caravan is about to begin, you find that there are a couple of bodies that have fallen between a couple of the containers. In each of the carts, you go through and there's one body in the second one that's kind of fallen between the cracks, and there's another body that's fallen between the third one, kind of a thing. Like they were fighting and they got on top of the carts and they were fighting a battle, and when the person died, their body just kind of fell into the bed essentially of the cart.
Into the river.
She will take off her jacket,
Okay.
wipe up the blood as best she can,
Okay.
and put. Are there like inside the cart with all the? She'll just stuff it between the Leviathan, like the shipments, the crates.
She's going to stuff
Her jacket, the bloody jacket.
Okay, but you're going to leave the bodies there?
Yep.
Okay.
We didn't put the signs on there to make it look like it was just transport.
Okay.
You can weekend it, burnish them.
Do you communicate this information with anybody else?
That I'm doing this?
What did you just
Yes.
do?
Yes. Cleaned up the blood off the carts.
Okay.
Probably just her cart, so she's not sitting in blood, to be fair. She's an asshole.
Okay, fair enough. All right. So you begin to move your way towards the caravan as the Deathseeker crows begin to kind of do their final circle for the most part and just begin to kind of descend their way down towards the area of where the fight was. And you hear the clamoring of the crows as they're kind of cawing and doing their thing. And in the distance, as you get towards the edge of Crow's Foot and are beginning to make your way down towards the warehouse, you notice that there are a number of gondolas that are kind of moving in the direction of Crow's Foot, as you can see a part of the canal. But as you're moving towards and more closer to the warehouse, there are a couple of crows that are still kind of circling in your general direction as there's cawing going on. As you get closer and closer, those Deathseeker crows are just kind of moving in kind of closer and closer to the second and third cart in your caravan.
Can we check? Yeah, let's throw the bodies out. But also, can I check the cargo?
We
Like,
threw
is
the
it-
bodies out.
Can we
cleared
let the bodies on the
off
floor?
them. Yeah,
Wait.
I cleared them off.
Oh, you didn't say that specifically. You said
Yes,
that
I
you
cleared
cleaned
them
up
off, wiped the blood, Sorry.
Oh, clear the bodies off.
Yeah,
Okay.
sorry. The
She
bodies.
didn't just clean the bodies up and be like, stay there.
Well,
for
I
the
didn't want to
ride.
get blood all over me, so like clear the
Wipe-
bodies off and then
wipe the
take my
bodies
jacket,
clean.
clear off where I'm
All right.
sitting.
It's clear that then that the Deathseeker crows are not going to follow you.
Okay.
But so as you get closer and closer to the warehouse, you hear a bit of commotion coming off from in the distance, and it sounds like, for lack of a better word, humans making the sounds of crows. The crows cawing.
At the warehouse?
Yep.
As you were approaching the warehouse, you're hearing all this commotion from the buildings around you.
We're ambush of the ambush of the ambush. Crows. We're in crows territory.
Could we do a flashback and have someone at the warehouse for backup? Or
We
have
could-
your
we need
or
the
have
rooks.
your people waiting
Rooks?
somewhat near the warehouse in case of something?
Well, we got the lamp-blacks with us, correct? Like, someone was assisting us coming.
There were 2 people to drive the carts.
There were
The other
people
2.
driving the carts. I will let you do a flashback to make sure that that's more people, or you can do a flashback to anticipate an ambush along the way.
Flashback. Oh, you lamp-blacks with us. Drinks are on me at the end.
We could. What do you?
I mean,
what do
you were
guys
so
think?
concerned about them knowing about the location of the warehouse that you didn't anticipate.
But I'm also concerned about death.
You know what? Oh crap! I'm meant to be bail bomb. Drinks are on me.
He goes back in the car and pops out like, where'd I come from?
So what are you guys doing?
Can we see if there's an ambush and then?
Yeah, when
Sure.
they ambush us.
Yeah, let's wait
Yeah,
till
sure.
they
you would-
ambush
you
us
would-
to do a flashback.
Because what steps in front of you are 3 individuals, one dressed in a little bit of finery. It's a woman, however, she clearly is dressed in man's finery for the most part. Her garb is still casual, but it bears a number of items that indicate that she is of some status in the crows. And flanking her are 2 quite big individuals who are holding really, really big 2-handed swords. You know, just kind of at their kind of side. You know, they're holding it, and the blades are just kind of, you know, rusting on their shoulder. And you hear all the clamoring stop as these 3 kind of step out in front of you, in front of the first cart in the caravan.
Oh shit.
So
It's time for a flashback. Because we need. I don't know about you. I can kick ass. I can't kick that much ass.
What I can tell you is that we can tune in next week to find out what happens. Same
Oh.
bat time, same bat channel here on Unmade Gaming.
What is it? 8:00 already? Do you really want to wait till next week to find out what happens?
It is 10:59
I don't know if I can
right
wait
now.
that long, guys.
It's 10:59. How's that for fucking cliffhanger?
can we go 15? No.
Yeah, we can go late if you guys want to. I don't care.
You can't leave it
I'm
like
okay with
this.
either. I was anticipating this actually getting resolved pretty quickly because I have a suspicion about what you guys are going to do, but I'm okay with whatever.
Who's in the front cart?
I don't know. Who is in the front cart?
Well, I know where the
Oh
location.
God, our fucking God fucking.
It's me.
He speaks for us, goddamn.
Hello there.
So the bottom is in the front
So
cart,
how
apparently.
big are the carts? How many
Started
people
from
can
the
you fit in there?
bottom, now I'm here.
Could we run them over?
How many people can you fit in there?
So the carts are about your normal size, what you would expect from, that could be pulled by essentially 2 workhorses, or one, and the workhorses would be the equivalent of one pulling power of a 10-foot tall goat.
Like a hayride sized cart.
Relatively speaking, but they're a little bit more heavy duty than that, right? They would be the
Fortified.
equivalent of a shipping. God, I can't even. They're about 10 feet long. They're incredibly well built. They're stacked. They're packed full with cargo. These cargo containers that are these wood crates essentially that are packed with, and that are dripping a little bit of Leviathan blood.
Oh shit.
So what's the plan, guys?
Why don't we could try to reason with them and then flashback?
Kill them.
I'm gonna let Nix speak.
What does Nix know about the crows?
What does Nix know about the crows?
They've got
I mean,
feathers.
let's be honest for a second, right? You did have a conversation with the hive. Do you remember what the hive told you?
That there was some love lost between a member of the hive and the leader. That it's believed that that a woman in charge of the hive, in charge of the crows, killed the previous leader, and that they are currently the ward bosses of Crowsfoot.
They are currently the ward bosses of the Crowsfoot. You would also know that the citizens of Crowsfoot absolutely love them.
Right.
That the Bluecoats are a good friend of theirs, and also the Lost.
Shit.
Tits up, guys.
Inspector Gadget's back there. Hopefully they didn't see that.
The inspectors are different than the Bluecoats.
The inspectors are different than the Bluecoats.
Is this one of those times where we're gonna go, hey, glad you're here. We've been waiting for you. Did you not get the word? And just bring them in.
The bird is the word?
Bird is the word.
Can we try to reason with them
What's the legal
first?
pickle?
Nix, you wanna try to talk to them, and if not, Operation
Yeah, how do they look?
Sideways?
They look like they're ready to attack? Do they look like they're trying to just have a word?
The woman looks incredibly pissed. The two soldier types that are flanking her look incredibly passive. They look ready for a fight, but they're just in a relaxed state of mind. But she looks incredibly pissed.
Should we get off the carts and walk up and converse with them?
So one of the things that you notice about the fact that she's Reymond, that you notice about her is that because of the type of clothing that she wears, while it's not necessarily regal wear, it's definitely finery. It's akin to something that even if you were to fall from a noble family caste, like you were to be abandoned by your family, you would still dress in this type of finery.
Mm-hmm.
So she appears to you, the impression that you get from her is that she probably has a noble family background of some kind. I mean, you being the first person, in the caravan,
mm-hmm.
essentially, of the group, this is your assessment is there's some noble blood here.
Would it be better to speak noble to noble instead of dickhead in a mask noble?
You are a dickhead in a mask right now.
I wouldn't stray too far from the cart, though.
Well, I mean, Nix would, come up with me.
Are you a dickhead in a mask currently?
I was, but I mean, I can always change. Not in front of them.
We're in a cart, right? So, they can't see us. Right? Is that correct? Like, we're inside of a cart. You have to open the door.
No. No.
We're on the buck seat on top.
It would be an open seat, right? There's essentially the place where the driver is going to drive and it would be a seat, like a bench seat of some kind, where there would be at least two people on that. Let me see if I can find a picture, because this is my description is not
pretty much. There's no room in the back seat because it's cargo, so you're sitting in the front.
Yes.
So you'd be literally taking a mask off in public.
Shit.
That was my question.
Okay. It's a little bit of a stretch, but like a flashback to seeing them in the distance. And is there anyone sitting with me?
Yeah, Nix.
Oh, there's the driver.
Okay.
No, just the driver.
Okay.
I would flash back to the alley.
Yeah.
And you took it off.
So once that all goes down, it's basically, oh, hello there. Fancy seeing you here.
Wait, so what are you
Flashback to once all the conflict is finished and the combat is over and the cleaning up, putting the plaques on, and before they started moving, change out of the get up.
He doesn't want to be dressed like an asshole in front of this person.
Right. That's what I was trying to clarify where it was actually happening, because so you definitely make the change, right? That's going to be one stress to your character. All right. So as you're approaching, you now look like a reasonable human being and not some guy dressed up in leathers.
Mm-hmm.
What benefit does that do for you? What's going on here? How is this going to work?
So, I don't know. Do I know her at all regards family-wise, nobility-wise? Have I seen her at a party, at a function?
No, this is not somebody that you recognize. What you know about her, what you can get a sense of is that there is a noble background here of some kind. There's noble blood in this particular person, but this is not somebody you recognize.
Okay.
Granted, noble families are, essentially, the top 5% of the population, but this is, and you would know most people on site. I mean, this is a bastard child. Maybe this is somebody that was abandoned. Maybe this is, this is somebody that you weren't exposed to. This is a lesser noble family potentially. You just don't know.
All right, we'll stop the carts then and hop off, and I'm going to motion for Nyx. So come over on the side and just motion them.
So I'm going to also flashback, because we didn't talk about what our loadout was. I'm going to grab my documents. My documents and my fine cover identity. The flashback is, since we planned for the signs for Donovan's, I would have had documents that say that we work for Donovan's shipping company, and a fine cover identity for one Master Tillman, which is the proprietor of these fine wagons here, these fine carriages, and he would come up with a briefcase or whatever, a satchel with papers kind of flying haphazardly out of it. He's also not wearing the Bowerstone jacket. He would have thought of that.
What did you do with it?
I put it away. Don't worry about it. It's in my closet. It's in my closet.
That crow did see you, by the way, the other day.
Yes, in my Bowerstone jacket. So he takes off that jacket and he kind of comes up there and he says, "Oh no, Mr. Tillman, I have your papers right here." And he begins shuffling and kind of dropping haphazard papers, looking inept. And he hands you a stack of paperwork that says we work for Donovan's shipping company on behalf of North Hook to deliver a precious cargo from A to B.
So my name is Mr. Tillman now, is it?
Yes.
Very well. Please come up with me, because you know how I tend to be.
Of course, Mr. Tillman. And he's stuffing papers in his bag. He looks out of place and disheveled.
So Reymond then makes his way out, does his collar, but he doesn't get so far forward that he's right in their face, because it's not a nice look that they're giving with the sword. So he's going to stay about 15 feet away.
Johnny, why did you have your panic face on?
Because he thought I was going to get decapitated.
No, I just realized something else that's going to. Yeah, no, I'll tell you guys later.
Great.
Depending upon how this plays out. Mm-hmm. Go ahead.
Yeah, so he next comes up to you and hands you paperwork to make it look like we're officially on this mission.
And Bowerstone moves forward to do what?
He's just like, "Good evening."
Why are we dealing with the pleasantries? You just...
Oh, because I don't know who you are. You're standing in the way. I've got to get my shipment to my warehouse.
And she looks around and she's like, "Shipment where? I don't see any money in my pocket." And she's...
I thought everything was handled through Donovan's. I thought they already paid you.
Please, relax.
I'm sorry, Mr. Tillman. I'm sorry.
Oh, for goodness sake, forgive him.
And he's rummaging through that bag, pulling out papers that are blank, and he's throwing them and trying to find the appropriate paperwork.
Okay.
Forgive me, but who are you exactly?
And as you say that, one of the blades is pulled off of one of the shoulders, and it's kind of brandished in front. And she looks at the guy standing next to him, and she says, "No, patience. Maybe they're new." And she looks at you and says, "Well, if you don't know who I am, then clearly you don't know that you owe me money if you're moving business through my... Who is this Donovan's?"
He works in the docks, ma'am.
I'm sorry. Is there some sort of payment that we need to make to move shipments through here? As you said, we are relatively new.
She gets frustrated, and this is Crow's territory. Don't you know who the Crows are?
No. We're new here, ma'am.
Crows? Are those what I hear about the Death Seekers? The things that fly around when somebody dies?
The guy brings his blade off of and just puts it in front of him. No, don't. We're not there yet. Relax.
Gentlemen, please. I am new. Please forgive me of my, lack of knowledge. This is all so strange. We've never had this sort of problem before.
You mean Donovan's hasn't run a business through Crowsfoot before? That's a surprise to me. I know about Donovan's in Night Market.
Yes, Donovan has. We're new, though. And obviously this has slipped past. What is your fee? Please tell me what's your fee. Obviously, this has been a horrid mistake.
Well, because this is their first time, and are you trying to deceive her and just redirect the conversation to payment, or
basically, yes.
Okay, so I'm gonna need a roll out of that.
Oh my!
I'm going to assist him because I have documents and paperwork.
Well, I was going to assume that you were going to assist him anyways because of all of the paperwork that was happening.
Sure. Don't forget your rolls, your fucking positions out the ass.
Positions.
Don't you have a crit?
No, he doesn't. No, he doesn't.
No, that's what he has currently.
Yeah,
Okay.
So we're not going to use that. Not in this type of situation. All right, so I'm gonna go for a sway, isn't it?
Sure, if that's what you want to use, that could be fine.
It is.
Okay.
Position risky, I'm guessing, because I'm about to get throttled.
You sure are.
Is it risky or is it desperate?
Well, I could see it be considered desperate, but it's a situation where it's not clear that there's bodily harm going to be involved at this point.
Okay.
At this point, we still, I feel like we've got the deception on our side as far as they not knowing who we are. They know who Donovans are, though.
Yes, they do.
Right, so,
but I do, and I do stress this enough, I do think the effect is going to be great.
Mm-hmm. Oh,
because the circumstances are, if this fails, it's going to have some pretty heavy consequences on you.
Okay, can I use a position then to move from risky to controlled?
You sure can, and I suggest you also use another position to take it, or no, actually,
it's great.
That's great.
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
And you get 3 bonus die from me.
3?
Yeah,
3.
so one for documents, stating that we work there, and then 2 for my fine cover identity. The fine cover identity is for Mr. Tillman. Mr. Tillman's a real fucking person.
Jesus. All right, so 3 bonus die.
And then if you want to cost me 2 stress, I can assist you and give you an extra 1.
Do it.
Updated.
Oh, do it.
All right,
All
so I'll take 2 stress and assist him as well. So that's you get 4 bonus die. So your sway plus 4 bonus die.
Lucy is just looking back at Violet like.
Here.
Yeah.
Holy shit. Okay. Well,
Yeah, I'm
roll it.
looking at Osi the same way, like, oh.
I have no idea what the hell's going on here, but roll it.
Johnny,
Do
I'm built to lie. That's
Really?
Well,
I never
6.
expected.
6.
There's not enough water in that thing for you to take a sarcophagus.
Oh man.
Yoo-hoo!
Oh, that's a lot of
She looks at, as you're conveying this, she's like, all right, you'll get the new, the newbie fee because this is the first time that you're coming in here. And she rattles off a number, but it basically the equivalent of 1 coin is what it's going to cost you essentially. So as she's doing that, she says, now, if you're going to continue to do business in here, it's going to cost this. And she says it's going to cost an additional coin every time you move cargo through there. And she's clearly discussing business at this point. And if you have any trouble, just ask for Lissa. And immediately the two guys flanking her put their swords on their sides. And she says, and next time, just let us know so that we can avoid any entanglements with the fighting that was going on over there.
Well, where would I come and meet you? Sorry, Mr. Tillman. You are?
And she says, my name is Lissa. You can ask anybody. We're at the watchtower. And they begin to exit. All right. So they move off. You are successfully able to move the rest of the way to the warehouse. The Death Seeker crows, you can hear their cacophony in a distance, and it's beginning to slowly die out as time goes on, as you're beginning to move the carts with the goats inside of the warehouse. And you move everything into the empty warehouse, and we're going to call that the end of the score.
Lovely.
All right. So I'm going to save payout, or I'm going to save
Maybe we
No.
should do experience while it's fresh in our minds. Just
We
experience
should,
at least.
well, we should, but we should also do. I also want to do payoff and heat at the same time while it's fresh in our minds.
We can do it all right now.
because-
Yeah, I don't mind.
Well, no. The only reason I'm suggesting at least these two particular things is because there's a bunch of things heat-wise going on that I think really play into this particular score.
Okay.
All right. So let's go ahead and talk about payoff real quick. This
Okay.
is a pretty sizable score for you guys.
Well,
Yeah.
it should be. We nearly died multiple times.
We have
How did
four.
you really die?
We have 4 carriages of Leviathan goods.
Well, so this
Wow.
you get the. So you're gonna start with the default 2 rep, right?
Yep.
You just essentially integrated, or you just had an interaction with not only the red sashes.
Yep, they're 1 tier higher than us.
The red sashes are.
Yep,
I thought they were
they're-
tier 3.
Are they?
I believe
Fuck
they're tier
me.
3.
Are they? Because the crows are only tier 2.
The crows are tier 2. Their sashes are. Hold on. Let me
I'll look.
double.
I got it.
Who can find
No,
it first?
I'm consulting the
Oh,
spreadsheet.
your thing, right?
Right.
Place your bets now.
No, so they're still tier
Please,
2.
your bet.
Okay.
All right.
They're still tier 2. So that's 1 additional rep for them. 1
Yep.
additional rep for the Lamplacks.
Yep.
No. I'm going to give you 1 additional rep for successfully taking down the North Hook caravan.
Yep.
So that's 5 rep so far.
One
Not a
for
good
one for
Donovan.
successfully navigating the crows. They're also a tier higher than us.
All right, so that's 6. So 6 rep altogether.
Yep.
Does
All
that
right.
do something for us? No. Okay.
Not yet.
We need 2 more. So if you guys can
That's
think
what I
of
was
how we can
asking.
get 2 more rep.
Is there anything
I can't
arcane
think
in
of
there?
No, there wasn't really anything that played into the score itself that was arcane. The arcane activity that you accomplished with Aldo and the Spirit, that didn't have a direct impact on the score.
It's XP. Yeah.
Yeah, that's not a direct impact on the score.
And not the storm. Didn't really matter.
Well, you didn't lay down the storm because you didn't take that action. Right? If you had laid down, if you had tuned for the tempest,
Right.
the storm, that would have then played into the score. But you
Oh,
didn't.
we
take
just
the
didn't have
action.
time to do it.
Yeah,
We
because
talked about it, but we didn't roll it.
right, exactly. So it didn't actually happen as a part of the score. So this was a big score in my book because you took that basically all the different factions that you manipulated, and the fact that you scored Leviathan, essentially parts for the Leviathan blood. It's a big score to me, a serious loot. So it's going to be 8 coin.
I love it.
All right, let's talk about heat. This is where it's going to get interesting.
Oh no.
Oh, Donovans. They may get some heat for this.
Donovan's so there's a conversation I'm having in my head about the way that the crews interact and transferring heat and doing stuff like that. That's going to be a part of the rules that we're working on for later on.
Yeah.
In this particular case,
More of an asshole for Donovans.
hold on. Stay on task, please, just for this one, because we've got so much to get through still. This is definitely loud and chaotic with a high exposure. Can anybody argue that it's probably devastating exposure?
See,
A lot
it
of
was-
people died that were there.
Yeah, it was like a war.
63 bodies.
Right. There was a large amount of conflict that happened out of this. Right.
Yeah.
And
So everyone that. So first of all, the only people that knew it was actually the Shroud are allies of the Shroud.
just because they're allies doesn't mean that they don't talk over drinks.
Okay.
So that is so to me, at least to me, that's the factor in.
Okay.
If you want to argue that it was standard exposure because they were the only people that knew that you were involved with the factions, then I could see that being 2
Yeah,
heat versus
because like
the 4.
all of the red sashes that were there, almost all of them died, and none of them saw us. All of the mercenaries, they all died, and if they didn't, none of them saw us. The Desica Crows didn't see us, and the Crows thought we work for a different company. So the only people that know us as the Shroud are our allies, and yes, they may talk
But they
over-
saw our faces. So if they then go to Donovan's and the one person I think knows who you are,
Yeah,
right?
they know my face.
Sure. So, bringing it back to the conversation about heat itself, it sounds like it's a standard exposure, so contained 2 heat. I agree that because the crows saw Nyx's face and that they saw Bowerstone's face, I think that counts as one additional heat.
Okay.
Would the fact I'm under a guise be any benefit to that? Because I'm technically not Reymond Bowerstone then.
Right, but they still saw your face.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
They just don't know the
Regardless.
connection between your face and Reymond Bowerstone. So if they
Yeah,
see
it's
your
gonna
face
be-
again, they know that you're a person they talk to.
It's going to be really bad for Mr. Tillman if they ever need to find him.
Yeah, Mr. Tillman. He's fucked.
Okay. So with all of that, then the other factors that come into high profile or well connected target, absolutely. Not only the Northwood Company, but the Red Sashes as well, because they have been making a lot of big moves inside of Crowsfoot. So while, I mean, I'm just going to call that 1 plus
Okay.
1 heat instead of plus 2. So that means you're now up to 4, correct?
Yeah.
All right. Happened on hostile turf. You were so contained in your exposure. I don't think that necessarily makes a difference. However, there was some killing involved,
Some.
right? And so typically that would be 2 heat. So it would be 6. But because you guys weren't directly involved in the conflict that happened, I'm going to call it 1.
We killed one person. I killed one person.
You
I got
did.
it.
You did, but there
Oh.
were 63 bodies involved in the operation.
No, I'm just saying I agree that one should be there instead of 2 because we only killed one person, technically.
OC
Sure.
killed a
So,
guy.
so anytime that there's any type of murder or any killing of any kind in a heat, the rules say specifically 2, and that encompasses everything. But
Okay.
because you did such a good job in containing all of the exposure of you guys, and even when you took Aldo out, you were really controlled about it. It's only going to be 1. So the count for heat is 5. What is your current heat at then?
Full.
Full and then some?
Full.
Okay, full. So the next time you take heat, you will increase your wanted level to 1.
Yep.
Which you're going to now have to work on as well.
Right.
Which is going to be fun.
Downtime.
Well, does anybody want to go to jail?
Nope.
Because we can make that a score. But anyways,
I'm too
All right.
pretty for jail.
I'm
Been
not
there
going to
before.
even comment, you hobbit.
Ain't going back.
All right, so we'll do entanglements and we'll do the downtime activity next time around. Let's go ahead and quickly do XP.
All right, we'll start with the crew itself. So we definitely succeeded in a sabotage, theft, espionage, in an operation. So there's 1 XP there. Unless you want to give us 2 for that. We contended with several challenges above our level. Would that count as 2 XP?
You dealt with multiple challenges that were above your level, so
Right,
it wouldn't
so
just
2
be the
XP.
fact that yes, absolutely.
Okay. We bolstered our crew reputation or developed a new one.
Okay,
I think we bolstered it with you could argue that succeeding this mission bolstered it with the Foghounds, the Lamp Blacks, and the Hive.
that is correct. So
So
you definitely
2 more?
get 2.
Okay.
Yeah.
So 2 more there. And then express the goals, drives, inner conflict, or essential nature of the crew. Does anyone have any ideas for that?
We work together pretty well. And our central goal is, your goal is control of the city, and we're just kind of along for the ride and doing our own things as we go. So maybe 1 for that.
Yeah, I could see
I mean,
we expressed
essentially-
ambition.
Essentially, we all want the same thing.
I
which is
wanted to
power.
fuck over Donovan, so I did what I wanted.
You did. You sure did. So I could argue 1 XP for that. Anyone else? Thoughts? No? Negatives? Positives to 1? Johnny?
I'm good with it. That's sounds good.
I mean, Violet,
No.
wasn't this also helping your cousin or something?
Yeah,
That's true.
that
Yes.
is. I think that definitely qualifies as 2. Then
2 then?
Nice.
All right, cool.
Was that
So
7?
our crew leveled up, and we have 4 additional ones on our crew, so we can discuss that after the stream.
Yep.
And then go around and do XP for individual people.
okay, so let's start with OC.
Okay. I didn't roll a desperate action.
Okay,
Address the challenge with deception or influence. No, I don't think so. Not for this. I didn't use my influence. I deception as far as marking the carts differently, maybe.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Express your beliefs, drives, definitely drive. Beliefs, drive, heritage, or background.
But I think your background
with
Background. Yeah.
would not.
Yeah. And then struggles with issue, your vice, or trauma now. So 3.
Wait a second. Your trauma is, or your vice or your trauma. So your vice is specifically pleasure that it directly.
My trauma is, I guess.
Well, no. So your vice is directly related to your pleasure with Nye, specifically,
Yep.
right? Okay. So the fact that you are now separated from her, I think, is another example of you struggling with it.
Okay. So yeah.
So that's 4.
Okay.
All right.
I leveled up.
Nice. Okay. Now let's move on to Violet. Desperate.
Did I roll a desperate action? Did I roll it and then but I used a position to mark it up? Does that matter?
No, you moved a position. You moved a position into controlled, I believe, not from risky or from desperate to risky. You moved from risky to.
So we talked
controlled.
about it. You
Yeah.
talked about how it could be desperate, and then
Yeah.
you moved it. Okay.
So no, I don't think you did anything there. Knowledge or arcane power. I think there are at least 2 cases where you did that. One with a lightning hook, and one with your downtime actions.
Yes.
Beliefs, drives, heritage, or background.
1 heritage and background with studying with Scorlock, and 1 heritage and background dealing with this score.
Okay. All right.
Or Margaret.
All right. And struggle with your vice or trauma. So you don't have any trauma. Did you struggle with your vice, you think?
I don't know. I mean, it's always fun for me to go into the ghost plane and do that thing. I don't know if that was struggling with pleasure to be dealing with demons, because I just went out and had fun with demons on my downtime to indulge my vice last time.
Okay.
But this time I was dealing with demons to study about them and not get off track. That's my only argument.
That doesn't sound like a struggle with it necessarily so much as it is a focus on it. Okay. So that's 3.
4. 2
Sorry.
heritage, 2 arcane.
Okay. Yeah, you're right. Sorry, 4. All right. Let's move on to Reymond.
Okay, so no desperate actions, but deception or influence. I mean, one being Bowerbomb, the other one being Mr. Tillman.
Okay.
So I think there, express beliefs, drives, heritage, or background. I mean, his whole planning when the carts were going into the shadows and whatnot, his whole stance as a background.
Okay.
To believe that. He drove a cart, so I guess it could be a drive.
Get the fuck out of here.
I think that because you asked me the question, are you engaged?
I was thinking heritage. Yeah.
Right. Okay. All right. And then I don't think you struggled with your vice at all, did you?
Oh, well, when he heard that Nix threw his jacket away, he kind of panicked.
He didn't throw your jacket away. He just put it away.
I know, but that's when you said that and he calmed right down.
Yeah.
That's all I've got.
Killing it.
You're killing me. All right. And we're on to Nix.
So no desperate actions. Address a challenge with calculation or conspiracy several times.
Ridiculously.
Express your beliefs, drives, heritages, or background. I feel like I did, but I don't know how. My drives are ambition and control of the city. I think this entire campaign is that. So that's arguably 1. Does anyone see a second one?
What was it for again?
Beliefs, drives, heritage, or background.
You literally just took out a shipment that belonged to your...
Oh, that's true. The fucking North Hook company. That's literally my entire backstory. Yeah, so there you go. That's the 2. Okay, that's my whole background. Cool. So 4 total.
Okay.
That's all I got.
And
I didn't have any
vice,
no vices or anything like that.
All right. Excellent. Well then, with that, I'm going to turn it back over to Mike.
Cool. Awesome. So guys, this was episode 8 of 6 and 20, The Shroud. This is a stream that is run by 3 streamers across 2 channels here on unMadeGaming on Wednesday from 8 to 11-ish, and on Thursday from 8 to 11-ish Eastern Time on Not So Speedruns. Definitely go check those guys out. Johnny here, VideoStoreCowboy, is the DM on both of those, which is pretty goddamn cool, and I'm sure it's a nightmare for him. So definitely go give all those guys a follow real quick. Also, if you guys are interested, we are doing a giveaway for a chance to win a copy of Blades in the Dark. You type in !Blades in the chat. It'll take you to a Gleam account, and you guys can click all those fun buttons and enter your chances to win that game, which is pretty goddamn rad. And there's some cool artwork on there and all kinds of cool shit. So definitely check that out. Definitely hit all those buttons. Yeah, we'll jump around and reintroduce our cast here. We'll start with the wonderful DM, Johnny. Who are you? What are you doing here? And what do you think of tonight?
Great game tonight, guys. Was really kind of surprised about how seamless it went. You got the roles were going in your particular direction. Congratulations to you. I feel bad for Phantom. This is 2 weeks in a row that they're going to be dealing with the circumstances.
You feel bad for, like, they did 3 weeks in a row to us. It's payback time.
Here's the difference. When they send heat your direction, you guys seem to have done a really good job in dealing with it and moving on.
Yeah.
For Phantom, on the other hand, it takes an entire episode to deal with your circumstances. I'm very curious to see what's going to happen when they have to deal with the Blue Coats coming to talk to them about the fact that, oh God, Donovan's, was involved, and we'll see what happens.
Guys,
Anyways.
you heard her first. Shroud better than Phantoms. You heard DM said it himself.
I did not say that.
I did not say that.
With certain
I feel like
circumstances, damn you, shut up. Don't put words in my mouth.
I feel like with us, when they were messing with us, it's a knock on the door. For us, it's like blowing the whole friggin' thing off the hinges.
Well, you guys are known to blow things up. Let's be honest about that.
Well,
man.
we're also known for not blowing things up.
That's awesome.
Yes. Okay. So my name is Johnny. I run the VideoStoreCowboy channel. I'm also the GM for 6 and 20. You can follow me, and I'm sure the links are posted in chat. As Mike was saying, go check out the giveaway. We are really excited about actually giving away a copy of the book. We want to share the love and make sure that everybody who wants to play Blades in the Dark can play Blades in the Dark, because it's a freaking amazing game. John Harper did an amazing job, and Evil Hat is doing phenomenal in, pushing it out and doing all of that. So, yeah, go check out the contest, the giveaway, and just thanks for stopping by. You will see me next tomorrow night on Speedy's channel as we do the other half of this game, which is Blades in the Dark, 6 and 20 Phantom, where I'm sure that there are already plots and plans going on in privately, as my Discord is blowing up for the Phantom's channel right now. So, and with that, thanks.
Returning from hiatus last week, Lisa, who are you? What are you doing here? Welcome back, and what did you think of tonight?
This is amazing. That was quite a score. That was quite amazing. Oh my gosh. I'm Lisa Lee, and I am Lisa Bell on Twitter, and I am also on Saturdays. You can see me on Exploding Dice in Writhing Moon, horror RPG or open legend. And go Shroud.
Right? Hashtag Team Shroud. You guys heard it here first. Get that trending on Twitter.
Hashtag Team Shroud. Hashtag PG Tips.
Hashtag 6020. We'll jump on over to the man, the myth, the legend, Crit Dice Gaming. Who are you? What are you doing here? And what did you think of tonight's session?
Oh, I think it couldn't have gone any better. It went so well. Just goes to show that whatever the Phantoms throw, we will hit it back straight into their faces. But yes, I am Slave for Crit Dice Gaming. You can come and check me out. Gaming, all sorts, RPG, all the bollocks. And yeah.
Sweet. And last but definitely not least, the queen of the Fantas, the Orange Crush herself, X-Miss Ninja. Who are you? What are you doing here? And what did you think of tonight?
I'm just here so I don't get fined. Sorry, there's fireworks going on outside. It's not 4th of July, so I don't know. I run a first person. I'm gonna ignore that. I run a first person shooter type channel, play a bunch of video games over there, and I'm actually on the Tuesday night games.
That's true. Speaking of the Tuesday Night Games, guys, we have 2 more weeks of the Tuesday Night Games Prince of the Apocalypse. We have 2 more weeks of Blades in the Dark here. We have an untold number of weeks left of Havoc in the Hinterlands. But after those first 2 weeks, I will be taking a 2-week break from streaming. I have to be going on military training for 2 weeks. So there'll be a pause in all things. We'll be coming back with Season 2 of Blades in the Dark and Season 1 of Curse of Shroud coming to you here on the unMadeGaming channel. And for now, you guys can find us tomorrow at 7 p.m. Eastern Time for our D&D 5e homebrew game called Havoc in the Hinterlands. And probably shit-faced on Saturday because we just hit 1,000 followers. And what better way to celebrate that but getting rocked on the internet. So definitely check that out. Stay tuned on our Twitter and our Discord. And stay tuned for all the fun games we're going to have. We'll probably do giveaways. I have a shitload of Steam games to throw at you people. So definitely check that shit out. And right now, we're going to go raid our friend and fellow stream team member, Henley. He's currently playing, I believe, Vampire the Masquerade. So definitely check that cool cat out. And yeah, from all of us to you guys here at unMadeGaming, bye-bye.